Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live in studio. Joining me, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart, otherwise known as Shy Girl. And of course, we got Jimmy Cagnina, our senior market strategist, chilling out there in the morning, taking pictures of the moon over there in Charleston. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, folks. It's a glorious day here on the island, and it's going to be a glorious trading day as well.
If you guys don't know what I was referring to this morning, go check out Jimmy's Twitter feed, X feed, and see that he was posting pictures of the moon. Him and Shy are up way too early for me. I got to tell you, I mean, you guys are just up, walking around, doing stuff like I'm up, shower, 15 minutes on the hair, you know what I mean? Cruise here, and I'm ready to roll. But like you guys are up an hour and a half before me. It's crazy. And good morning, chat. How's everyone doing in chat this morning? Good morning. Thank you for joining us as usual. A lot to start off the day to talk about. Shy, we had Nvidia last night with some headlines. They dropped, and then this morning more headlines. Take us through them.
So Nvidia fell last night. Overnight, we opened gap down 7.1%, which kind of brought down the whole NASDAQ index by 1.4%. And basically, Donald Trump barred Nvidia from selling its H20 chips to China. And Nvidia came out and said that they'd take a $5.5 billion hit on that. And they also neglected to tell their Chinese clients that this was coming. And then on top of that, we had ASML came out with their earnings, and they said they are very uncertain about the semiconductor industry because of the tariffs, and they don't know what the recent impact is. They tanked as well. So we had the whole semiconductor sector tank, which obviously brought down the index as well as ES. And then overnight, Bloomberg put out an article that said that China is willing, if the U.S. shows respect, they want to continue with trade talks and hope to find some sort of resolution. According to people familiar with the matter, no source was named. But the market's searching, we've talked about this before, the market's searching for any piece of good news. And so we rallied on that, giving up most of those losses overnight. So busy overnight, at least in the indices. We'll see how it happens when the U.S. market opens. We almost filled that overnight gap, not quite. So that's still open. And since that China announcement, basically, markets have kind of just been laying in wait. And so I guess we'll see what happens on the open for that. Then also overnight, we had Iran say that nuclear weapons were non-negotiable. They still wanted to enrich uranium, and talks had fallen apart. So we got a rally about $1 in crude oil overnight. And then literally just now, right before we went on air, Iran said they hope to still get some sort of resolution. So a lot of push-pull. Crude gave up some of the gains on that.
Yep. As I wrote my morning note this morning, back and forth we go. Where we end up, nobody knows. It's kind of, we are in a headline-driven market. It is what it is. Also, I put in my note that when you look at the low of the year, the recent swing high, I've been saying I think we're in this testing phase. I think we're going to continue to see that. I'll talk about that more in the technicals later today with Pharm. But and that range does not mean we're going to be slow, because that range is like a yearly range. It's so big.
Huge.
And, so I think that the market, what you saw overnight into today with headlines, that's really kind of the new norm. I mean, this is what happens when you put a 90-day pause on something, right? Like, we don't have closure.
At all.
Right?
Not even close. And we also had interesting TSMC, which is the semiconductor company from Taiwan that also has plants in the U.S. said they're going to charge 30% more for chips produced in the United States than compared to those made in Taiwan. And that kind of put also a damper on the tech sector.
Yeah. Somebody in chat, AV, said, yeah, defense stocks way up, my guess. We'll take a look at that when we come back with Shai. But Jimmy, overnight action, what stuck out at you and what you're seeing in the tape?
Yeah, a couple of things. And I guess, we're seeing some unsystematic behavior between the different stock index futures with the NASI down over 1%, 1.37%. But the Russell, the small cap and the mid caps are down much less. They're only down about 0.25%. So that's kind of I remember what Pharm was talking about the other day, and the Russell is kind of holding its own overnight, whereas the tech stock side is not. So that's kind of observation number one, because there's that unsystematic kind of movement between the stock index futures. The second thing that was kind of interesting is SOFR now is the overnight SOFR is, I think, 4.33, back down to 4.33. It was 4.42 last week, and it might not seem like a big deal, not a big basis point spread there, but a lot of borrowing happens SOFR plus for the small cap companies, for individuals, for new businesses. So it is kind of it's good news that we're kind of settling back in that range, and we're seeing the long-term area of support and resistance now back into play for the 10 years as well. So that market, at least for now, seems to be going back to normal and stabilizing a little bit. We'll see what happens.
Yep, and gold up 2.5%, almost 3% again.
Silver up, platinum up.
Yeah, that flight to the beginning of the first day of the quarter, I'm going to say it all the time because I wanted it to be really instilled in traders' minds. So a lot of times what happens at the beginning of the quarter could be a theme throughout the quarter. And obviously equities are in push and pull mode with headlines, but what's been steady as the ship goes is gold and silver. They're in solid technical trends, bullish trends with macro backdrops. And that's really what you look for when you're, if you're in futures and commodities markets, if you like trends, those are the markets where you're seeing trends.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't really foresee that changing at any time. And also what's helping is, a lower dollar is also helping commodities right now to an extent.
No, exactly. Jimmy brought up SOFR. Tomorrow we've got Andy Constant in the morning. You'll be on with him and Jimmy. Big lineup today, of course. We've got Big Brother Pax coming in.
Yay.
So it'll be good to hear from him because we won't hear from him on Friday, as this week is Good Friday, shortened week. So we'll hear from Pax this morning. We've got Kane. We've got Leo. We've got Nick for a tick, I think, right in the afternoon as well. Of course, we've got Pharm and Tanya as well. It's quite the stacked lineup today. Make sure you like and subscribe here and let us know what you're thinking in chat. We always love to hear from you guys. Next thing I want to talk about really, Shai, is we've been talking about the velocity of the bond market. I'm just curious, any sort of other things going on, whispers, things that we're not hearing about, people talking about credit markets being stressed, because we go back to when the 90-day pause began, and pretty much everybody we've brought on this show so far said it was not part of the plan. This was something that happened later. Has there been any other talk about credit markets getting stressed, or has that story kind of been tucked under? I'm just wondering what you're seeing.
The story's kind of been tucked under just because we have kind of seen bonds stabilize a little bit from, that severe drop. They've been up the last few days, not a lot, but, at least not dropping rapidly. But we are seeing a little bit trickle into the housing market. We had mortgage rates come out today. U.S. mortgage rates jumped the most since October, denting home demand. And so later this morning, or at 8:30, we'll have the National Home Builders Association sentiment out, and that'll be another barometer of sentiment in the industry. That is sentiment on single-family home builders.
Yeah, let's bring up the economic calendar for today, and let's dive into what that data is going to be. Give us a quick preview of that.
So we have National Association of Home Builders. Not necessarily market moving news, but a big econ data point for the housing market. We also have retail sales. Now that potentially could move the markets a lot, because either you're going to have markets looking to see if there's any kind of weakness in consumer spending, maybe showing that we are entering a recession, and or are we continuing to see kind of buying before tariffs come into place, ahead of time, so you see a lot of consumer spending. So that'll be a big data point, potentially very market moving depending on what it is. Then, of course, we have crude inventories at 10:30 a.m. Crappy showed a build yesterday of 2.4 million, so we'll kind of see what happens after that. And then we do have retail inventories, econ data point, not really market moving. And then we also have Powell speaking at 1:30. We haven't talked, it's his economic outlook. Now, we haven't heard from him in 2 weeks. So markets will be really looking to see if he had changed his message at all, and maybe reflecting some of what Waller said last week, where Waller basically came out and said, if tariffs are small, we're not going to do anything with rates, but if they're huge, we may have to cut. And so I think people are going to be looking to see if Powell, in fact, kind of echoes that same sentiment.
Yeah. So data today, retail sales traders out there, Shai thinks potential for decent market mover. So make sure that if you're in positions, you got your stops working, and realize that we could have some real market moving data this morning. We haven't had a ton of market moving data lately. It's just been like, a drop in a sea of movement. So today, who knows? Markets have been a little bit slower. I think they're going to be honed in on that retail sales. And I always love watching you come in with Kane at 10:30.
Because he loves crude oil so much.
And he said that he's going to start looking to trade it too. So
I know.
So
I'm holding him to it.
Yeah, I think we have to have you have a little talk with him today when you hop in at 10:30 about this. But Jimmy, I want to go to you because I want to hear your thoughts kind of on the macro side a little bit. I know we always go to you for the technical, but you understand the macro as well as anybody. Is Powell speaking today at 1:30? Does it feel like these guys are just backed in the corner? Does it not feel like to you that what's happening with the Fed or what the Fed may or may not do is just kind of not the story? They're kind of just sitting back, like we heard from Craig Shapiro yesterday. Or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it almost seems like a little bit of a game of chicken going on. I know this is kind of a cynical.
You have the administration that definitely wants to have a. Sorry about that,
guys. We have the administration on one hand wanting rates to go down, and then we have maybe a hawkish tone by a lot of the FOMC speakers, including probably Powell today, talking about, hey, we're not in any hurry to do anything, guys. We're gonna pause. So it seems like there's a little bit of that going on. What's gonna happen first? Resolution on tariffs and trade, the trade wars, or if the Fed is going to have to move first. And I think we're not going to know the answer today, but I do think that Chair Powell is going to move the markets one way or the other later on as we hear it. But the message, I think, has been consistent by most of the FOMC members. There's a couple outliers, but I think that's what we're hearing.
Yeah, so 7:30. I'm going back to my Central Time days. Gosh, I've been in the East Coast for 15 years. I'm still saying 7:30 data. What's going on with me? I think that's embedded in me forever. But 8:30 data, market moving. Powell will be interesting, Shai. Same question to you. I mean, how much do they matter right now in this? Or do you think they're going to continue to kind of take this backseat approach and just kind of wait and see?
I mean, what we've seen over the past few weeks, all of these Fed speakers, is that basically they're kind of in a let's sit and wait mode because they don't know the impact of tariffs. And really, we have a 90-day pause again, so we really don't know, because we don't know, what kind of deals are going to be made. You have President Trump is meeting with Japan today to go over tariffs. So we'll find out. Maybe they make a deal today, maybe they don't. So keep your eye out. That potentially is very market moving as well. if the headline comes out, I'll be in chat. Don't worry, I'll post it as soon as I see it, if anything, because that would move the market. So I'll be looking to that. But, again, as far as the Fed is concerned, they have two mandates, right? Price stability, which is basically inflation. Inflation's still running a little bit hot, and employment. And right now, whether you believe the BLS data or not, the labor market is still pretty resilient. And so they're really not motivated to cut rates, even though if you go on X, everybody is expecting them to cut rates. The market's, pricing in 3 to 4, depending on the day, over the next year. But, they have seemed, again, rather hawkish on their stance compared to what the market is expecting of them.
Relative to sentiment. That's what's important, right? They're not hawkish in terms of rate hikes or hawkish in terms of what sentiment is. Well, we're going to talk about this with Pax when he gets back on. But in the meantime, everyone get ready for Jimmy Cagnina's This Morning Edge Report.
All right, well, let's start with gold. Gold is on a tear, tracking 33.23 as we speak. And it's just the trend has been going on since January. If you pull up a weekly chart, trend channel straight up since January, one-way ticket up. Targets on the upside. I had to literally go to a weekly and a daily to get some fib extensions here. On the upside target, I have a 33.63 target and a 35.58 target. So we'll see if we achieve that today or not. We're already up quite a bit. On the downside, though, we do have some mental Q levels, which I think are pretty important. JAX1 and the one-day max is approximately 32.75. That's that orange line down there. And then we have a couple of pivot numbers also, which also could be in play as well as R2 at 32.66 and then R1 all the way down at 32.55, give or take a couple handles. The ultimate put support level way down south is 32.35 on gold right now. But again, this is just looking super, super strong. Let's go to that 10-year note really quickly here that we talked about. We are back in that March consolidation range right now after that huge dislocation up and down that we saw in the treasury markets. And this is kind of a really small range today. This is a really nice volume profile, point of control. We've been trading through it last several candles as well. We have the pivot kind of framing the conversation at the bottom around 110.27.5. R1 is kind of also framing the conversation at the top, although we had a couple of little closes, a couple of ticks above it. But I'm going to call that level approximately at 111.08 half. Call resistance way up high, 111.16. And JAX3 way down for the bears here. 110.24, and I do expect a little bit of wiggle movement here when Chair Powell does talk, as well as retail sales. That's an important one, as Tracy pointed out. The E-mini S&P will go to the stock index futures really quickly here. We'll do the large cap first. This is just a perfect volume profile right now. Every single candle ever since after the London Open has traded through that level as well. Right after the London Open, boom, a huge kind of spike up to get to that level, and we're sideways ever since. JAX1 approximately at 5,400, no surprise there. And then there's other targets as well. Previous sessions lows, 54.12. We have another JAX level at 54.30, and then the pivot itself is pretty high up here today, and that's at 54.40. On the downside, we have kind of a nice double bottom framed around 53.42. Now, the Russell, on the other hand, didn't take it so hard as the large cap. This is the small cap. And so this is an interesting kind of profile as well. Again, a majority of the volume is in the value area right here, right at that point of control. Every single candle, again, since 4:30 is traded through that level after that big green bar. We have the pivot up high kind of framing the top of the conversation, 1895, I'll round it up, and a high vol level at 1900. On the downside, we're talking, JAX4 is really kind of nicely situated at the bottom here at 1870. And of course, we have JAX2 and S1 in the way should this market kind of fall down a little bit. The Bitcoin I want to take a peek at the Bitcoin today. This is kind of the surprise market, right? We were trading not too long ago, 78,000. Now we're quietly sneaking up to 84,000, 85,000. So it's one of these markets. It's like, who knows what the correlation is on any given Sunday between this and any other market. But right now it seems like it's catching a little bit of a bid. S1 is at the bottom here. We have a double bottom in this market, approximately 83,200. S1's right below that, and then JAX3 is at that 83,000 level as well. We traded well above JAX1 right now. JAX1 is at 84,000. That's the most important gamma exposure level. And then there's a lot of room on the upside. Let's go to the upside and check out where the pivot is. The pivot's almost at 85,000. And don't forget, this market could move a lot. Lastly, but not leastly, really quickly here, platinum just keeps rolling, man. And we have a really good we have a really good signal. We had a cross over on the stochastics after the rally started, but it kind of confirmed things, and that's continuing to arc up right now. We're over that 61.8% retracement, right above that 50 EMA. So this market is turned around. It's in a bullish disposition, in my opinion. And then just really quickly, we have R2 in play at the top here, pretty close to the 1-day max right there at 985 on the upside. That is your edge report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. And of course, we've got Pax with us as well. Good morning, Pax.
Good morning, Anthony. How you doing, kid?
Hey,
Can you hear me?
Pax.
Hey, Trace. I saw you up this morning tweeting at like 3 in the morning. I thought 3 in the morning my time, 4 in Central Standard Time, which is where futures are run. And I thought, holy shit, she's like me. She doesn't sleep, this woman. She's up at 4, tweeting away.
I mean, it's crazy. I know I come in here, she's in here probably a good 45 minutes before I get in here, notes, reading everything on the terminal, doing all this. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, man, I'm just making it in here at this time. I know. And Jimmy's tweeting with taking pictures of the moon. Pax, I did that, for years working in the Euros. It ruined me. Years in the when I started off in the Euro and then coming down to the S&P, having to get down there and taking the train. It's like, man, when I moved to Florida, I'm like, I'm done getting up at 5 a.m., 4:30 a.m.
Yeah, miserable. Me too. Well, I do it anyway. But yeah, I hated those days.
Well,
now I'm used to it. Now I'm old and used to it.
So this morning, great to have you here. Remember, we've got data this morning, so we'll break in at some point for that, and Shai will we'll do a little bit of a kind of expectations of that right when we get up to the 8:30 number. But in the meantime, talk about overall market conditions, Pax. One of the things that we've been talking about here the last couple of days, you on Twitter, of course, as well, how the environment changes so quickly, right, Pax? We go from we went from, I mean, even if you just go back a few months, how many different market environments we've had. And you and I know how retail traders, newer traders, can really get caught up still hanging on to like a previous environment when we get into a new one, because we really change them so much quicker now than we ever have in the past. Talk to us about what you're seeing and how traders can adapt to this current market environment we're in.
Anthony, that's an important point, because I have I trade volatility my whole life. I trade volatility extremely well. I love it. I'm not intimidated by it, and I do great in it. I get killed when the ranges contract, and we the S&P's ATR is at an all-time high. With the 10-day look back, it's at just under 300. And then all of a sudden we've got I don't know what the range was the other day on Monday, but a small range, and yesterday was rather tight too. Those are days where I have traditionally gotten destroyed, and I'll give back chunks of what I've earned, and then feel bad about myself and go through all the negative talk and take a few days off and, have to work really, really hard to get the proper mindset down to be able to trade these contracted markets. I think back on our times. I know let me just make this point and I'll get to the marketing conditions today. I think back on the times of watching and learning from the best in the business, watching the Danny Gons of the world, who traded very similar to me. I don't know if you remember him. He was a yen guy that came into the NASDAQ and traded with us. When the ranges contracted in the NASDAQ from 200-300 point ranges to 30-40 point ranges, Danny traded less. He would come in, he would trade the open, and then he was gone. Meanwhile, I'm in there sweating. I got sweat marks all over me. I'm trading 50 lots and 100 lots, waiting for breakouts that just don't come. When these breakouts don't come and I'm trading for them, I get killed. So then what do I start to do? I start fading. I start selling rallies and buying dips. I start buying breaks and selling rallies. And then when the market does expand, I get killed. So anyway, doubly killed. And then I get aggravated because that is my trade and I'm fading it. And what am I doing? So then I start scalping, and it's a gigantic negative toilet bowl move into, until I'm flushed down the toilet once again, and then I have to reset. And I think I've been warning people on Twitter about that and talking to people on Twitter about that. And I know that so many young traders are experiencing that sort of dynamic. I tweeted the other day, I try to make my points, kind of in an interesting way. So I tried to make the point the other day. I hope we stay quiet a little bit. I had to go to the bank and I had to go see Weinberg, pay my taxes. I got to get a haircut, still do. I have to go to the dentist, get my car service. That's happening this morning. Jen's taking it in. My to-do list kept growing because, the sun was shining and we need to make hay when the sun's shining in that volatility. So, we quieted, the ranges contracted a little bit. It became more of we had a limit down move and an inside day. So these are going to be, in the NASDAQ. So these are going to be inside days for a little bit. And that is going to, the thing that bothers me about that is that's going to lull a lot of people into a sense of complacency, starting to buy those dips again, starting to sell those rallies again. And one way or the other, they're going to get beaten up, and it's going to, and they're going to experience what I've been trying to warn them about, what I said explicitly just now. Now, market-wise, we're trading in between some big levels. The S&P failed to get to 5509, which is the market goal for us, and the Nasdaq failed to get to 19,450. So that in and of itself is bearish in my mind. And then yesterday, of course, we failed underneath 5471 and Nasdaq underneath 19,280, 300. And now it looks like a bearish setup. But do we break? Do we turn around and start breaking like, so many people are? I don't know. We could very well sit here and just trade within the range. I know one thing. I'm not willing to spend any money in this market. We talked about the last couple of weeks that in that volatility, I would tell the traders in my group, I'm willing to spend money in this market to find the momentum. I'm not willing to spend any money in these markets. I'll take a few trades, and if I find the momentum easy, that's good. If I don't, well, forget it. I'll go work out or go play golf. It's nice out today.
Yep. And remember, Pax, there's always time for a haircut. I don't want to hear that talk from you again. You always make time for a haircut.
I know. I know.
So we're about 2 minutes out from the data this morning. Shai, I know, was doing some looking into. Quick preview of what we're looking for in the data this morning, Shai. Unmute.
Oops. So we have retail sales this morning, which is potentially market moving. Market's going to be looking to see, are we recessionary? Does spending come in a lot lower? What does it say about the economy? Or are we still seeing pre-buying ahead of tariffs? So that'll be interesting. February's data came in pretty strong. And so this will be March's data. So we'll see. Right now, they're expecting 1.4% on month over month. Retail ex auto, 0.4%. And retail sales ex auto and gas, 0.6%. So we'll find out here in a little bit. And we also have an AHB housing market index. That is sentiment of home builders, single family home builders. So that'll be interesting, not necessarily market moving, but will be interesting to see how the housing market is feeling right now, especially after mortgage applications came in much lower than expected earlier this morning.
I have a feeling we're going to have more and more conversations about the housing market as this year
Oh, yeah.
continues to
Yes.
unfold. So we've got 10 seconds. We'll be initially looking at E-mini S&P. I'll keep up on the chart, and then we'll look at the bond market as well. I'll be flipping back and forth to see as Shai puts out that data as we get it, and then we'll go to PAX and see. So here we go. Oh, bonds moving a little bit here.
So retail sales advanced was 1 point, came in line. Retail sales ex auto 0.5 was expecting 0.4, so higher than expected. And then ex auto and gas came in 0.8% higher than expected at 0.6%. So retail sales are still strong, looking like consumers are still buying ahead of tariffs.
Yeah, I mean, minimal to nothing, to no reaction in equities. I mean, S&P really ran up to near 92 and maybe down to 85, and these days that's a nothing. It's a nothing burger.
I said potential to be market.
Yeah,
moving.
no, I'm just saying, I'm giving initial reactions. And, bond market,
Watch that.
rallied and then came right back again.
Right.
Same old, can't hold a rally. Overall, Shai, would you expect this data to be is it bullish bonds or bearish bonds? I'm more worried about the bonds than I think equities.
I think their bonds are going to dismiss this because it's backward looking and we haven't really seen the tariff effect yet, right? Because this is last month's retail sales. So it's a little backward looking, I think, for the bond market. And the bond market's going to, I think, be looking for something recessionary. And that's just not going to show up in the data yet,
Got it.
in my opinion.
All right, Pax, we go to you. Initial reactions, any price action that you're seeing needs to be talked about following this morning's data.
Nothing. Bonds caught a little bit of bid. I put in the chat that we were trading at 114.21 when the number came out. I think we popped to 4 or 5 ticks at 114.26, and then and the SPUs are doing nothing, aren't doing anything, and the Nasdaq isn't doing anything. So I don't know. Crude caught a little bit of a bid. A few ticks a little bit higher. I don't know. It seems like it's going to be. I hate to use that expression, a nothing burger, but it seems like we're not going to do anything, and wait for Powell to speak.
Talk to us about what you think about Powell speaking today. We talked about it this morning. Do they matter that much right now? Do you expect anything coming out of this today, Pax?
Well, I don't know. You see a lot of, yeah, I do. He hasn't spoken in a couple of weeks. We haven't heard from him in a couple of weeks. Besant made it clear that that they're in regular communication, which I thought was interesting. They have breakfast like Bernanke and what was it, tall guy from Goldman, the Treasury Secretary in 2008. I can't think of his name. The big tall fellow for the Goldman.
No,
Yes.
Mnuchin?
not him. The other guy. Another
in
Goldman
08.
guy.
Oh, 08.
Not a tall waspy guy.
Yeah. They're all
Anyway.
Goldman guys.
Paulson.
They're all
Thank
Goldman
you, man.
Paulson.
Yeah.
Paulson.
They all are all Paulson. They are all Goldman guys. Anyway, they did the same thing. And so I expect that, the market will hang on his every word. I don't think he's going to say much. I wouldn't expect him to say much just because he's not going to want to rock the boat. He's going to kind of stick with his current plan. So I don't know whether or not that's going to be bullish or bearish. I don't know what the market will read into it. I suspect that I suspect that we're in a gigantic range trade, and I expect that we're going to be in that range trade. We have the gap that we left from last night or yesterday's close in the S&P is 54.19, I think. I know that we traded up there overnight, but I want to see it trade up there during regular trading hours. So I want to see 54.19 gap fill. And if we get there, if we can do that, then we can rally back up to yesterday's opening range in 54.50-ish, and then back up to 54.70. If not, then underneath 53.90, which is a kind of a big level for me, then we trade back down to the overnight lows and possibly down to 58 or 52.80, 486. The Nasdaq feels a little more slippery to me, and obviously because of NVIDIA, but the NASDAQ has got to trade up to fill that gap at 18,884, 18,884, and that seems like a long way away, man. So I don't know. I don't know what to expect from the price action today, but it's capital preservation for me. I am not willing to spend a whole lot of money or any money in these markets today. You know, I'm not gonna take a lot of expenses in this. There's the way that I look at this is, you know, especially opening range breakouts, is two things. It's got to be manageable, meaning I can, I can take a scratch or a small expense. That's manageable. If I buy 87s and sell 80s, you know, and the market is whippy like that, well, that's not manageable. I don't want to trade that. Or easy. I want it to be manageable or easy. And easy is buying 87s and paying for them 15 points and then taking another 30 or 40 out. You know, I want that to be the case. If it isn't, then again, you know, there's going to be other days. I just don't need it. I don't need to be involved in the market today. I don't need to catch every wiggle. I don't need to catch every move. One of the things we talked about, you and I have talked about a million times, and I tweeted the other day, most of us need to find more reasons to trade less, not more reasons to trade more. You know, capital preservation is the name of the game always. Otherwise, you're gambling. You're just gambling. And I'm not gonna gamble. I'd rather go play dice in somebody's basement in Melrose Park, see what happens.
That's where I grew up, by the way, in Melrose Park. But we're chewing into Pharm's time here. I just want to ask you one quick question. And I know that's hard for you when I say a quick question. So I mean like 30 seconds, maybe here. He knows I like busting his chops. No, but when you see a day when there's divergence between the NASDAQ with the weaker market as the weaker market with NVIDIA, and I know you're mostly trading S&P, but you know a lot of your traders that are in your group and a lot of people out there are trading both indexes. What's the thought process when you have one market that's more impacted by a single stock like NVIDIA today with NASDAQ versus trading the S&P? Quickly, what's the thought process going into the day to trading those indexes?
Well, two things. I like seeing the NASDAQ lead, and the NASDAQ is leading to the downside. And so I like that. What I don't like is when the market opens, if the S&P is above the opening range and the S&P is below the opening range, I'm not touching it. We're going to wait until the S&P begins to follow NASDAQ or they start working in sync. They're both below the opening range together. They're both, matchups. They're both working down towards the same goal. If it's not, I'll watch Pharm and I'll come back and I'll watch Nick Vertick and I'll watch Kane and I'll listen to Tracy Yu and then I'll go work out. I'll go sit in the steam room and pontificate
and get a haircut,
all the life
man.
lessons I've learned. I don't know. I kind of like it a little long. Looks like you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, great morning for having you in here with us, Pax. Shai, amazing job this morning covering data, news, everything. Both of you, you know how much I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here with me this morning.
Hey, listen.
And chat, light up that like button for
thanks for having me. And I wanted to say to everybody, have a blessed Holy Week. Tomorrow we enter into, today we enter into the Holy Triduum, the Holy 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then of course, culminating with the Easter Vigil on Saturday. So happy Passover to all my Jewish brothers and sisters, and have a blessed Holy Week, and happy Easter to all of you. God bless you all. Thank you, Anthony, for having me. Tracy, I love you. I love you, Ant.
Love you, Pax. You're the best.
You guys are.
All right, everyone. Next up, we're going to have Tape Talk with Pharm. And here he is. Here's my boy, Pharm. Good morning, Pharm. How are you?
Good morning, Deli. I'm doing well. I went to sleep with ES at 53.89, and I woke up with ES at 53.89. So it looks like nothing happened overnight, I guess.
Well, I know you caught part of the morning session with some stuff that's going on. Obviously, back and forth headlines. You and I talked about this yesterday. Two-way tape. This is a tape where I really think day traders can do really good in because it's two-way market action. If you stay honed into your preparation and you look at your short-term strategies and really kind of block out a lot of the noise, and I say noise, and we cover it here, but obviously the point is build the big picture market environment of what's going on. And I thought last week it mattered much more. This week, I think a lot of these headlines are kind of countering each other out. And I think, short-term chart trading right now is really the place to be. I think that there's a lot of opportunity because even though ranges are smaller, they're still pretty big. And I think that the bigger picture guys have kind of gotten tossed around. And I think that when you look at these ranges, I looked at what Merritt was looking at yesterday. I love the stuff that you guys are doing with volume profile. Actually, I think it paints the clearest picture of what's happening right now. There's a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, on that point with volume profile, I'll tell people if you're a traditional technical trader. I mean, sometimes looking at a volume profile or a market profile, or traders will put their DOM up on the screen. It can be a little bit intimidating. It really doesn't need to be. And just adding just a little bit of volume profile, I think, can really sort of up your technical game. So I mean, it's worth at least exploring. Some beginner basics, because there are a lot of different types of trades available. If you're familiar with the volume profile. So, but yeah, I think that's right. I mean, we've talked about how this is all inside. It's an inside week. Ranges are cooling off. We're getting two-way trading. And so, if you're not really good with taking rotational trades on both sides at the edges, then, you have fewer trades available to you in a given day. So
I think that's the key, Pharm. The key is to slow things down now, be really disciplined, and wait for the prices to get to your levels. That's really the differentiator, I think, between where we were before. Before it was like, you needed to look at monthly and quarterly charts to see these big picture levels that were coinciding with short-term levels. And, we were constantly glued to, obviously we're still glued to it, but what's happening with tweets and all sorts of different things. But now I think it's become really a much more technical tape, just because of the mere fact that we are an inside week, and you really have to believe in your preparation. That's the key. I think that's the message I'm trying to drive home with everybody, is that, yes, it's maybe has slowed down, adjust to it. And, I go back to what Pac said today, and I thought this was really important. Like when you see divergence, like in the S&P and NASDAQ, like if the NASDAQ is leading us lower, like it is this morning, because it's down 1.6% or whatever it is, and S&P is down 0.9%. He's looking at opening range. If opening range in the S&P is following the NASDAQ, well, that gives him confirmation. That's what I mean by like short-term technicals. Like if you see things happening there and they're working together, you can capitalize on it. But if S&P is above its opening range, something like what PAX looks at, and NASDAQ's below it, and you have divergence, then it could be choppy, and you have to sit back and wait for that moment. And I thought, go back to what you said yesterday, and I think even the day before, sometimes these trades are coming in the afternoon right now, but they're coming, right? But so it's about really believing in the preparation and waiting for the moments to arise.
yeah, I had a trader in the room yesterday that he was on, live with us yesterday morning, and just sat there and waited for that afternoon trade. And we had a bit of a rally. I mean, you remember the morning yesterday was like, it was kind of wild, right? We had a little bit of news and some tape bombs, and then it just settled in, and it was like brutal inside chop. Your 30-minute candles were just an absolute barcode. He just sat there and waited until the afternoon, and I think the NASDAQ came up and it swept a couple of those 30-minute highs, but was still well within the initial balance. But he took that the other way, just as a rotational trade on the short side. And then what do you know? We finally broke in the afternoon, and you end up catching yourself in a monster move, right, with runners. And so really sometimes there was a ton of people that had just been chopped up during that inside chop. And so sometimes having the patience and waiting for that trade to set up can really be fantastic.
Stay in the game. That's the key. And this morning, I'm going to go to my charts first, as we normally do, and I want to look at the 30-year bond. And something that's really sticking out to me is the fact that, again, cannot hold any rally. Retail sales data comes out this morning, gets a little bit of a bounce. Immediately, sellers hit the tape. When I see that, I continue to say the bond market staying weak and the velocity that it's been going down is not going to be bullish for equities. What I did this morning was I went to my daily chart, as I always really do here, because I trade more off the daily chart and I get down to like maybe the 60 or the 30 when it gets really busy. But when I look at the 30-year right now, you see it can't get above its 8-day moving average. Its recent volume VWAP, is it VWAP or VWAP? We still don't know yet. We'll figure it out at some point on this network. So many different views on it. So VWAP, it continues to grind below the 8-day. Again, a little bounce this morning into it, sells right off. Ultimately, to me, I continue to keep this up on my charts every day. It's the market I'm watching more than anything, because if it starts to slip with Bollinger Bands open like this, anytime I see that mouth open like that, what do I start to think? I start to think it's range expansion, and I just, this low I don't think is in the 30-year. I think it's just buying time, and if it starts to get going to the downside, I think that's going to be bearish for equities. And I think if you're trading bonds, I mean, it's hard for me not to, I would not be looking at buying dips. I'd be looking at selling rallies. S&P. So when I look at the S&P to me, I mean, look at the last 3 sessions here on the daily, right? You get above the 8-day moving average. You can't get above the 21. We talked about this when we look at the NASDAQ chart. NASDAQ's pretty much highs have been pinned right to the 21-day moving average. You see these markets, they're just making ranges and an inside week. And I go back to it, 2-way tape. Just reeks of it. Bollinger Bands are flat, really wide apart. So it's not that we're really in range expansion. It just tells me that we are in consolidation, which makes sense to me after what we just saw in the market. I mean, after you have a big move, the market's always going to be digesting it. And your bigger picture levels are unlikely to get hit. If you're looking for big resistance levels, big support levels, I go back to it. Short-term technicals are the place to be right now. And understand that, you've had a little bit of a bullish bias off of the recent low, bearish overall for the year. Again, 2-way tape. Looking at your signals, wait for confirmations. I think that this market is sideways to potentially down. PAX talked about 5509. That was really pretty much a spot-on high right here. The next day we took that out. I think that 5500 level in general is key to watch for the S&P. You go back to, it was this low right back in here. It's just a pivotal level. And when you look at your work, I know that even Merritt was showing it yesterday. Tanya's talked about it. Everyone's kind of looking at this as an important level in the S&P. And so what's the big deal to spend some time in here? But it's about staying patient, using short-term technicals, confirmations, and again, 2-way tape can be traded both ways. The only way I really get more bearish S&P, I mean, I am slightly bearish just because I think that the recent high, the fact that it didn't take it out into the last couple sessions, I think leans more towards bearishness. Bond market continues to break, and if NASDAQ wants to lead us lower, gets below the simple 8-day moving average today. It's already below the prior day's 2 lows. We're back in the body of where we were just a few sessions ago. I look at this and go, would not surprise me. I mean, it would mean nothing on the chart for the NASDAQ to start to head back down to 18,000. And so I look for leadership there. If the NASDAQ starts to lead us lower, bond market stays weak, then I flip my mind and say S&P is not really a 2-way tape. It's a market I only look to sell rallies. If NASDAQ consolidates, this is where I really like the opening range. I look at the opening range all the time, but if the opening range of the NASDAQ happens to be the low of the day today and starts to come back up, that leans me way more bullish S&P because it wasn't as weak. And I would rather buy the S&P in an upward tape right now than the NASDAQ because I like to buy the stronger market, not the weaker. So overall, that's what I'm seeing. I think when I just put the whole tape in perspective, really no trading for me in here as I look for my strategies, just not giving me much, just trying to give some color for the intraday traders. And that's what I've got this morning, Pharm. So let's see what you've got in your charts.
Yeah, I mean, today is definitely a really important day, particularly in terms of the weekly profile and how it ends up developing here. I'm kind of with Pax again this morning, and it's quite a treat to get to hear him once a week. I really enjoy that. I don't know that I want to interact too much here early into this session, so I'll probably be patient again because one of two things could happen. And I flip over to the weekly profiles and how they are developing. So we talked about how beginning of the week, we broke away from last week's volume and we sort of filled in some of this thin area here. Well, one of two things is going to happen with this week's profile, and this is kind of a more advanced, I guess, or not really even advanced, but more intermediate volume profile is like, if you can sort of start to predict how the profile is going to develop ahead of time, then you can be in a situation to make good trading decisions now, or at least work where an edge could potentially be developing. So this week is going to end up doing one of two things. We're either going to rally, we're going to buy this gap down, which wouldn't surprise me just because it's an inside week and you just get a lot of that choppy action. So it wouldn't surprise me if we did that. We're going to buy this gap down. And as Pax mentioned, we're going to, get back into range, back into yesterday's range. And I mean, it opens all of this between today and tomorrow. That's option one. We just leave, this little, thin structure down here from overnight. And, this was a big LOL, right? So that's option one for how this profile could end up developing. Option two is we remain trapped down here. And I'm looking at like 54.05 to 8, and then also, clearly, right around 54.20, basically yesterday's low. And, you could just use the overnight high, right? So if we can base above the overnight high, then, you're in that big LOL camp, and you probably don't want to be short. You're going to see a lot of covering. But if we do end up staying down here and just filling out volume today and tomorrow, now you've got a double distribution week to the downside. So the week started up here, rejected lower, and now we've got a double distribution week. And so that leans just a little bit bearish into next week, and you're going to have edges in between those distributions to work with next week. So there's potential here to have a fantastic setup into next week, even though today could be awkward because it's a situation where, you don't know if it's going to be a gap down buy, or if it's going to be a gap down and go, or if it's going to be a gap down and chop. And again, we could just do two-way trading down here between 53.40 and, let's say 54.05. We could, gap down and rip through the overnight low and just head to hell, I suppose. But, that's going to leave some pretty poor structure behind. But I mean, as of now, this 53.40 is so key. This is the initial balance high from Friday. So we'll get to the daily, the shorter time frame profiles in just a minute. It's extremely key because Friday was effectively the front running of, the news of exclusions. It's hard to even keep track of like which news caused which rip. And you've got anchored VWAPs on all of these, and you got to name them because you can't keep it straight, right? What was the news? But that's what Friday was. And so we've held the initial balance. We've held that break. We've confirmed that double distribution up. So like that kind of leans bullish, that we are sort of confirming, at least given an overnight session, confirming that break higher on Friday. So definitely potential to be very awkward. And I see probably most likely scenario would be filling in here for a double distribution. But we talked maybe yesterday or the day before and the week before about trading true gaps. We're opening well below yesterday's low. And so what I'm watching for is, do we trade below the open or not, right? So if we can't trade above the open today, then, I mean, you're just going to have to wait probably to the overnight low. Maybe it doesn't make it there, but you're going to have to wait for some kind of a reversal to get long. If we open and we can't trade lower, then that's interesting. And from there, I'm looking for a 30-minute reversal back to the upside to retest, potentially yesterday's low, overnight high. And certainly if you get some kind of an initial balance break to the upside, then it's looking like a big gap down buy. So, for me, I'm watching the open right away, and then I'm watching the 30 and the 60-minute for potential reversals. Looking at the 5, I mentioned, we've got Monday's low is basically right here in this 89 to 91 range. And then also, if we look left, it's sort of the bottom, the meat of this Friday upper distribution here. So there's a lot of volume put in here. And then obviously everybody from this week is trapped off sides if we're below this 89 to 91. So that's why this is definitely a very, very important spot. And you can see, things are pretty thin on Friday. So that just sort of rugged down pretty quickly and easily. And that's not a huge surprise. I have zero interest in interacting at 89 to 91 right now because we've just basically barcoded it. I mean, most of the night, really, or morning, I guess I should say. So it leaves me in kind of an awkward spot. I've got basically the 75, 78-ish right here. We're sort of rotating across this distribution. I would like to see that widen out before I consider a trade. I'd like to see that open. I'd like to see if we're going to drive lower and test the overnight lower, if we're going to drive higher and test maybe this 54.05 to 54.08 spot. Because, again, this is a situation where up here could end up being the upper edge to be shorting against for the rest of the week or next week. Or this could end up being the lower edge that you should be longing against for next week, depending on whether we get back into the range. So, but it offers at least some tight risk management for shorts up in this area. I would definitely just wait for confirmation. So like, it could be one of those days where you execute at a good location and you end up being wrong for the day, but you could still potentially make money on the trade. So that's kind of big picture what I'm looking at. I really want to see how the rest of this week plays out.
I'm totally with you on what you're talking about in terms of like the execution where you could be wrong in kind of the area and still make money in it. I go back to it. Now that we're trading an inside week, this is what I was saying, earlier, and we'll continue to say that the bigger picture levels are so far away that we're now building the middle of that really busy week. So now we're in this testing phase. So you have to hone it into the time frames that you're looking at. Like you said, that 54.05 area could be key resistance today into next week, or it could end up being support. We'll find out more. We're now building within that prior week to see what the next big move is going to be. Right, Pharm? Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And to me, I mean, when I see this, and I'll go back to this 30 again, when I see this, I start to get a little bit excited because I want to see how this develops, because I'm broadly bearish. But again, we've had an inside week. It's time for a pause. I was done being short anywhere near 4,800s, but I'm broadly bearish. And so I would like to see some kind of fantastic short setup play out. And so that's why what I would like to see is us fill out this volume here, maybe even a little bit lower potentially for the rest of this week. And then I'll just tell you right now, I'm going to be working against this spot, call it 54.05 to 54.20, and I'm going to be slamming that short all next week until proven wrong. So I like to see things as they potentially form ahead of time. And, I don't always get what I want. That's probably my lean, I would say, for today. But again, with an inside week, it's a perfect opportunity for them to sort of catch you off guard. And, we do a big gap down buy rally and you're just like, what the hell's going on? Like, news was terrible. And like, so what? Some, semi-official from the Chinese government said they were willing to talk, if Trump is respectful, maybe don't hold your breath on that. But like that kind of stuff will happen on an inside week because there's just constant chop and two-way trading. So, if we don't balance down here, that is what it is. And, as Pax mentioned before, I mean, if we're back above the overnight high, if you're short, you're probably covering pretty quick there. So what a huge inside bar, like a compound inside bar. We talked about that yesterday, just candle math. I mean, how are we going to get out of this overnight range right now? And that seems kind of awkward. So it really feels two-way to me. So I'm letting the IB form, or at least seeing the open. Again, can we trade above or below the open? What's that first move? Mentioned is NASDAQ and ES moving together. The one thing outside from being an inside week that has me perhaps a little bit less bearish, the fact that you talked about RTY and I've used it for different, as a weather vane for different reasons on different days, right? And for me today, it's the fact that the selling is not correlated. And so when things get really bearish, everything goes, right? And so to me, fact that we're seeing a little bit of rotation, at least into the open, it's not horribly bearish. So I'm not necessarily looking to come in and slam this right away blindly or anything like that. So it's not terrible yet. Let's see what cash does.
Yeah, and I go back to when we're in this type of environment right now and we're inside week and inside a bar like that from the overnight, you got to see where leadership takes us, right? I think that what Pax talks about this morning, watch the opening range in the NASDAQ. They're the leader to the downside. If they start to lead us lower and the indexes start to follow, then you have clarity that all the indexes may be going down today. Focus more on short setups. Vice versa, if it's opening range is the low of the day, or we're staying above opening range in NASDAQ, how do the rest of the indexes react to that? I think that's very important on a day like today because, again, we're coming into a new session, fresh set of eyes, fresh set of participants. Also continue to watch what's happening in gold. Gold stays bid. I don't think that's especially bullish for equities. And if the 10-year and the bond market, which I continue to look at this morning, and just see they just can't hold a rally, how does that ultimately start to impact Russell, right? Because that will start hurting the Russell then, Pharm. If rates start to continue to go up. Again, keep an eye on what's happening. Let the picture get painted for the day. And believe in your preparation. That's what builds patience. That's what makes you a patient trader, is by believing in your preparation. As usual, Pharm, thank you so much for being here with me today. Everybody, Monday through Thursday, roughly 8:30, 8:35, depending on data, till 9 o'clock. Pharm and I do this, and we have a lot of fun with it. Hope you guys have fun with it as well. Pharm Navy, hit the like button. Pharm, I won't be here tomorrow, so happy Easter, my brother. You'll be in here with Jimmy Cagnina tomorrow. It's our last session for the week. I'll be back Monday with you. Thank you again for everything, man, and I hope you have just a wonderful trading day and a wonderful weekend.
You too, Deli. Take care. Enjoy the day off.
All right, everyone. Next up, we have Tanya. Good morning, Tanya. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you doing?
Good. So every day I like to start off with a little bit of mindset with you, just because before we get to the technicals, I like to pick Tanya's brain and see where she is, thinking about where we are
Right.
in the context of the whole situation, right? This morning we had, and last night we had some headlines, kind of just shimmy shaked us around a little bit. Pharm talked about that candle, or just the overnight range, and how it wicked higher and lower, and how we've had that. And now we're in an inside week, and we're in an inside overnight range. You had some data come out this morning that did move the bond market ever so slightly, but not much in equity indexes. What's the thought process coming into today?
Honestly, I am very cognizant of the fact that at 1:30 p.m. we have Fed Powell speaking, and it could be a slow morning leading up to that. Just like yesterday and the day before, pretty slow. I'm kind of anticipating it again to be pretty slow because, yeah, we had the news and we haven't really expanded that much relatively to that. Like, we did go lower, we left a gap, and then now we wicked through that gap. Yeah, we'll go over that soon in the charts. But other than that, there's not much follow through in this market. At the moment, the ranges have definitely constricted. And yeah, basically I've sized accordingly now. And also just, yeah, I mean, yesterday was crazy. I'm not even joking. I'm going to come out with I'm probably going to post a little short video of that when, there's like a 5-second 90-point candle on the NASDAQ, just on just some random whipsaw manipulation. And that being said, yesterday also on the news with talks with Europe not going as well as for the tariffs, we had a little bit of a sell-off there, but it wasn't so sustained throughout the rest of the morning session. We didn't have follow through to the downside. So it's been a muted tape, and that's the mindset coming in, is like, okay, don't rush into things, especially, if you're waiting for a retracement typically, then hold that patience, and it's more likely that it's going to retrace on you and give you your entry in these kinds of markets if we're having these such small ranges. So yeah, without further ado, we can go ahead into the charts.
Yeah, let's take a look at the charts.
All right, cool. Awesome. So yeah, we had that gap down, and that's what I think everyone's talking about that this morning. So yeah, I like that during London session we wicked up through that. Let's see here. On NASDAQ, it's a bit weaker. I didn't completely fill that in. I just mark out the body there, but you can see ES completely wicked through that, and then rejected. So yesterday, I was talking about intermediate term highs and lows, and yeah, we had lack of follow through to the upside yesterday, and then we did drop a bit lower and the gap down. So we did break this low here from the new week opening gap that completely wicked it. So basically the bullish structure is starting to fail on the 4-hour. And I mean, I would target this sell side here, honestly, in the coming days if we have sustained downside movement, meaning like now, if we have a closure below this previous candle on the 4-hour, we can start seeing some displacement. But the thing about this is, I'll get into the lower time frames. As a day trader, I want to wait for those lower time frame confirmations, or else I can get stuck in the barcode action. So definitely marking out this as a liquidity pool. Since we failed to make a new high and break and have displacements higher from this gap up, we wicked here and we failed yesterday. It was an inside day, which is pretty, honestly, I'm pretty happy that I anticipated that yesterday. I mean, I tried one long and then I got stopped out there, and then basically, left the day. And if your thesis is wrong, then that's totally fine. We had an inside day and that's more difficult to trade, but now we're breaking that low that we left on that gap up to the downside. So the question is, today, are we going to have sustained push lower, or are we still going to somehow just chop around? I would think that we should have some sustained movement lower. However, I think it's more likely for that to happen in the afternoon session when Jerome Powell is speaking. Because sometimes, the market just like holds its breath and waits until that happens. So let's go into the lower time frames now. I was just on the 4-hour. Let's look at the 1-hour here. And yeah, it is pretty remarkable how we were, looking at monthly and quarterly charts when the movement was fast. And then now we're just looking sessions as liquidity, like London low and, our gap ups and such that we left, which are always helpful to look at. So yeah, as we can see here on the hourly, we did wick and reject this at first, but right now we still have this bullish FEG to the upside. So I'd like us to invert that and close below this and see some sustained like movement lower. The issue here, is it could momentarily bounce here, come back up into this area again. And that's the kind of action I don't want to be part of. I want to be part of expansions, right? So that's really important in my process. I don't want to be stuck in an accumulation area where price is just barcoding and zigzagging forever. So yeah, right now we're making, a swing low here on the 15-minute. I don't know, it could retrace even deeper here. This is a potential bounce area because this is a down close, series of down close candles before the move up. We can potentially reach deeply and then get into there. I would just like to see from downside, closure below this huge wick up during London session. That would confirm that London was the manipulation. I would look for downside. And I wonder, what did the chat vote today? Did we put up the poll?
Yeah, we did. 505 votes so far, 44% bearish, 30% neutral, 26% bullish.
Okay. Chat, do you guys remember it yesterday? Most of us were bullish, and I was like, ah, man, that makes it could be kind of difficult then. And yeah, we just had choppy action in the morning. So that's been kind of the theme. Sometimes when it's just too obvious or something, I don't know. You don't want to get too into your head about that, but that's been the name of the tape recently, with just a lot of zigzagging on the hourly. But now that we've gapped down and broke this low, you know, it happened here, and we left this gap. And when London session, I would think if we're bearish, that this is the manipulation leg, and then we could actually take this fib and then see if does that actually line up with this low. That would be kind of nice if so, like approximately if an extension of this, that'd be kind of good, but it doesn't look like it. Let's see for ES. That just typically adds more confirmation for me, because I'd like to see, if we manipulated this much, I would want to see an equidistance move to the downside, which would be around here, 8164. Let's see if that's maybe a midpoint of a wick or something. Yeah, it is actually. It's around, coming down into these wicks. We could definitely end up doing that, but like I said, I would want more confirmation closing below essentially these London lows. Otherwise, we can just be, this is the part where I don't like, when price action just kind of ping pongs between two different gaps or two different, zones, like the ones that I've highlighted here. That's like the worst type of action to be part of, because it's a smaller range, and it's just 50-50 whether you're bearish or bullish at that point. So let me think here. Yeah, so I'm marking this out, and I wanted to see the extension of, let's see for ES. And we should also note which one is stronger. Well, ES is negative 2.5 standard deviation, is actually pretty close to this low. Let's see here. Let's go on the 4-hour. And -1 would, come up down into these lows. I basically see this as engineered liquidity now that we're started to shift bearish. We broke this low. We couldn't continue higher. So as long as we now continue that, it would be nice, to have more expansion lower. And then I would see this as liquidity, as a swing low with still this space beneath it, right? This gap beneath it. And then also, not only that though, like this is trend line liquidity, so we can just dig into this area, this space here. So yeah, that's pretty much what I have here. And we can take a look at which one is actually more. Yeah, NASDAQ is weaker because it it didn't completely fill this gap down. And also, we're down 1.7% on NASDAQ, and we're down about 1% on the S&P 500. But all in all, their structures are still very similar. NASDAQ is going to give you a faster move, but also it's also going to give you deeper retracements. So it's always important to be careful on entries. And what I don't really love either about this, this retracement here, like, I don't know, like, we could definitely get a bounce in this area. And, this is why I wouldn't take a short. It's just, that's way too much to put a stop. We could potentially go higher here and fill the rest of it. But, I'm basically going to wait until a closure below here, and at least on the hourly, a closure below this FEG I'd marked out there, right? That being said, we can wick, and the hourly we've been wicking a lot, guys. If you look at yesterday, this was yesterday. We've been wicking a ton on the hourly. I remember this, thinking that we were going to expand from here. We just wicked so super deeply and then went nowhere, right? So, yeah, I'm going to be watching that on the hourly, but mostly, mostly what I have marked out is this low. I'm going to have an alert here. I'm going to see, do we break this low with a displacement? Will there be a nice swing high formed to put my stop behind and target more expansion lower? But that being said, my expectations are kind of low for this morning because of Powell speaking. So it could be a smaller range. So I do anticipate there could be just a bounce here and then we could go back up into this area. So yeah, those are some things to watch out for.
Yeah, everybody, important to note when you got Powell coming out today, even though I don't think he's going to say anything groundbreaking, the market, like Tanya said, sometimes just holds its breath until he speaks, and then all of a sudden, all the orders start to hit the book. So it may not be something necessarily that he says. It may be that the market then starts to just get busy just because he's speaking. Sometimes those points of interest start to really occur just because of something happening, not necessarily because of what they said. So I think that's important to note today. Obviously, going into Powell, just be careful because of like what we said. And the last thing, Tanya, just before I let you go, when you have similar structure, but NASDAQ is weaker than S&P, do you favor any index coming into the trading session? Because I know you trade both NASDAQ and S&P. Is there a preference today that you'll be trading?
Like I said, NASDAQ is weaker, so I like to short the weaker one, but also sometimes if it's the same setup and both of the risks I'm good with both of them, then sometimes I just see which one I'll get filled in first, because sometimes the retracement will happen first on one of them than the other, and it's the same exact trade, same exact risk reward. So I just go with that.
Got it. All right, Tanya, this is our Friday for you and I because you're not here tomorrow either, and you're not here Monday. So we'll see you back on Tuesday. Enjoy your time off. Have a wonderful trading session. I hope you have a wonderful Easter. And yeah, we'll see you when you get back, when you and I both come back fresh.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, everyone, hit that like button for Tanya. She is with us Monday through Thursday from 9 to 9:15 with her prep and Monday all-day session. And look no further, right in front of me, he's got a Yankee hat on today. I mean, what's up, man? How you doing, Kane?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good. So you're a Yankee fan? We might have to talk about this just for a quick second.
I'm not actually. I'm an Amy Leon Dior fan, and they did a collab with the Yankees and the Mets, and I bought all their Yankees hats. So yeah, it's nothing. I don't actually favor the Mets over the Yankees or the Yankees over the Mets, but I have now a bunch of both because Amy Leon Dior made them. So yeah, I'm a sucker for Amy Leon Dior clothes and accessories. So yeah, they've got me by the gonads, sadly.
Well, cool, man. So, all right, let's talk a little bit about the trading session. We're seeing markets starting to drift back a little bit lower. I know you love to be bearish. Do you have a trade on right now, or what is your mindset coming into today?
No, actually, I got a bit bullish earlier, and full transparency, the China news kind of saved my behind. So yeah, I was actually long into this. I actually longed pretty much right before this little pullback. So I was actually expecting a continuation here. And then I got caught, and my stop loss was just below this low, and then I got caught basically in this and got out at midnight. So it was kind of a lucky one. But it is what it is. And yeah, look, I mean, the days that I stream on here just tend to be plagued with afternoon news, and I'm just sat around here waiting for the inevitable boring price action. But I am relatively bearish. I just don't want to be short here. I probably want to see some sort of deviation back up into this sort of range where my gray box is, and then I can look to place some sort of short. I don't like these like slopey hourly highs. I don't like it, and ES is the same. So until we get some sort of stop run, I can't really touch this. And we got some sort of stop run to the low. We caught 10 a.m. like this 10 a.m. high yesterday, expecting this 8:30 low, and then we gapped down after hours. So yeah, a bit of a painful day yesterday. We made some money. We could have made a lot more. And then yeah, we just seem to be retracing this China news now. But yeah, I mean, look, I watched Pax earlier speak, and I think working out and playing golf right now is probably your best bet, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Chad. Hey, Chad, how you doing, everybody? I'm looking to see if T-Trades is in there trying to squeeze another steak out of me. Glad he's
I don't think
decided
he
to
is.
take
He's
this
on
week off.
holiday.
Could get expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, he's on holiday.
Okay, good. Well, we miss you, T-Trades. Maybe not really, well, kind of a little bit. Well, coming into today, we talked about this earlier. We had overnight news. We're in an inside week. We're now in the inside move of this morning's news, right? And so we're inside the inside. And ultimately, I've been talking a lot about how the shorter term technicals right now, you really just have to stay honed in and be very patient, believing your preparation, because those big picture levels, remember a week or two ago, you and I were looking at quarterly charts. You and I were even texting, looking at like these huge, even quarterly, yearly, monthly moves. And now we're back to trading much more session type trading. Just talk real quick about the adjustment that you've had to make, if at all, as volatility is compressed a little bit coming into these sessions.
Yeah, look, I mean, we spoke about like the quarterly, the weekly, and the weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly charts. But did we expect to get there in 4 days? No, probably not. And I always had like 17,500 as my like bottoming area. Of course, I'm never going to actually time the bottom and get the tick of the year, but ultimately, I have to stick to my plan, right? We hit 17.5. We got a good bounce. We got the Trump tariff news release. And then basically the only thing the market really cares about now is tariffs to the upside. We spoke about it last week. And then again, that 90-day pause happened. And it was just like, what do we do here? I can't be stupidly bearish here. I have to get reasonably bullish at good levels. But that has just meant I get run over sometimes. Like, that's just the truth. And that is just how it is. I think everyone gets very, like, I call it point greedy when we move 400 points in a day. And it's like, we can only go back to those days where we move 80, 100 points. Everyone's like, oh, this market's boring. This is that. But just a reminder, like, that's pretty much the entirety of everyone's data pool. And everyone, you build a model on that stuff, and then you get your trade gets your model gets you into those 400-point moves that happen in 20 minutes. It's great, but it's not the norm. So I had to adjust for the volatility. I was chatting to Pax about this. I'm not a massive fan of stupid volatility. I'm a fan of ranging but consolidating markets. Expanding but consolidating. So just that 50% pullback and then makes a new high. That 50% pullback. Loads of people hate them because they get run over. I like them because I get in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, and I just get bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. Of course, I'm not timing the top and the bottoms, but yeah, I mean, I just absolutely hate being at the grip of a tweet. Like, that is the one thing I just can't get on board with, and I'm just like, because of that, I'm just, as soon as I can get risk off, I'm risk off, and then I'm just like break even, winner, loser, break even. It's just like, this market's not for me right now. I like the current price action. I don't like the way that it's developing. In hindsight, it all makes sense. Exactly. But when I'm in it, I'm like, I'm not enjoying it right now. So yeah, I can't leave my money on the table right now, Delhi. I'm too sensitive about it, and that's okay, because I'm not taking silly winners and losers. I'm trying to take more longer term plays, but not getting caught up in those small intraday moves that wake me out. And then before I know it, I make a drink, come back, and we're back at my entry, and I just ran out 100 points. Those sorts of things I can't do. But right now, everything's pointing down, so we just play down.
Yep. One key point I want to talk about that you made is that the markets are now more reactive to bullish news.
Yeah.
More bullish tariff news, right? When you're seeing tariff news come out and it's bullish, the market's much more reactive. When the market is getting bearish tariff news, it's less reactive. That psychology has switched.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the hard part, right? It's because I'm naturally bearish and the market is really sensitive to bullish news right now. It's like a tweet in China could say that someone's made a deal. It could be completely fake, and the market just sees it and runs with it and then reprices it later. I can't work that. I can't do that right now. So it's just like I have to be risk off. The moves that do make sense for me to take, I have to be super aggressive on my risk off. Obviously, I'm so anti partialing. Um, but who knows? We might have to start partialing some of these trades to actually start getting some winners because it's getting a bit painful.
Yeah. Well, before I head out today, I just want to say, you know what? Your strength is your preparation, your confidence in your execution, your belief in your strategy and what you're doing at the lab. I think is really great to see you here. I know some of these days are not the easiest when you've got Powell coming out, but I love that you always stay true to yourself and nobody veers you off the path, no matter how much the the chat might come in. As it's always interesting to watch you engage with the chat throughout the session. But I just want to thank you for being here with us, as you are with us every Wednesday. I want to wish you a happy Easter, great trading day, happy and safe weekend. And all the best, my brother. And I'll be talking with you in chat and in our messages after this. So thank you again.
Appreciate you, Deli. Have a good one, and I hope you have a good Easter and weekend too, my friend.
See you, buddy.
See ya. Chat. It's just us now, as Merritt said. That I keep laughing about every single time I watch the Ninja stream. How are we all? Can't wait for me to get the crude numbers from Tracy. That's crazy. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe I'm gonna subscribe to CL data just so we can trade oil on Wednesdays. Who knows? We'll see. Can I explain why I'm bearish? We gapped down. We're 1% down on the day. If you look at the opens, these orange boxes, they down, down, up, down, down. It's not really suggesting we're going up. Yeah. The weekly open is the high of the week. That's never a good sign. Anyway. Those orange boxes are the first 30 seconds of the session. That's all it is. Pax will refer to them as the opening range quite a lot. They're confluence for me. How is everyone anyway? We good? We might have to get those likes up though. That's for sure. Jeez. 1,500 of you in here and 300 likes. That's crazy. Crazy work from you guys. How did I get into longs this morning? I wanted to play a bit higher. I wanted to play a deviation of this. So basically, as soon as we got here, I wanted to play this inversion over here. And basically, I sell stopped this. Buy stopped, sorry. So as we came back into it, you'll see I'm quite literally the top tick. Yeah, I buy stopped this as if we were going to deviate midnight before going lower. And yeah, out of pure luck, we made money. This is one of those times where it was very lucky. I actually think I exited a bit higher. 7.9. Yeah, so I am literally the wick of this candle. No worries. Yeah. So anyway, that was the trade. Not the best, not the worst, but we move. We made money, luckily. It was pure luck. Pure luck. Can you get one of these shirts? Sadly, you cannot get one of these shirts. Guys, I referred to the opening ranges the same way Pax does. If you want to learn more about the opening ranges, go follow Pax. Create from his content. I don't know anything about them other than that it kind of sets the bias for the day. There has to be a way to get this shirt. There is no way. Let's play golf, Kane. Um, I would love to play golf right now, actually. Yeah, we will when we connect in person packs. We would definitely get around in, whether even if that's me just driving you around. See, this could just set the low, and we could just go higher here, which is fine. I would want to fade it. We'll see. Yeah, I do. I go live Tuesdays and Thursdays at the in the lab. I trade from my phone all the time. I know some people don't, but I'm pretty comfortable doing it. That's horrible. This is a WOP or a whoop. I don't know how you say them, truthfully. Oh, damn. Gonna host a golf outing. I look forward to it. I best get them lessons in. Because I am definitely not very good at golf right now. Bit of a weird open here. Takes a low, pulls back. It's looking like it wants higher. I don't know. Right now I'm interested in that changes things. Where could I have got into this? Oh, right here in this candle. Stop below this. Midpoint touched. Yeah, I mean everything's suggesting from what this Audi swing formation, everything's kind of pointing up. The one thing I probably just don't like is this. We get a pullback from here, I'd probably long up here. So I'd do something. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, me and Leo will just drag the golf carts around. You can drive them. You can do that. We can just drive them and get drunk. Okay, so I was too busy reading chat and missed this, but it's okay. I don't really like the reaction out of it. I would want to see a bigger one. And also, ES is really struggling here. What I'd really like to see is I'd like to see this midpoint tapped, and then we can buy stop this on the way up. I'm not desperate to push this market today. I'm gonna be honest. I made money during London out of by hook or by crook. I made money. The pajama trader in me. Um, and then yeah, that's just oh, what's the risk here? $500. No, this is still getting suppressed out. So I'm just gonna stick with the initial. I want to buy, stop it. It may go without me. I'm not trying to chase it. I just want to see how good a reaction off the midpoint of the opening range we get. Um, I like it. My model is kind of formed here. This is the model for me. But the thing is like I would also be break even on this trade now because of the current market. Um, so I should be in this. I'm not. Okay. So where would my stop loss be? I'd probably be at the at entry or take the fees, and then I would anticipate some sort of midpoint tap or an ES breakout that would just allow me to trail. We're not getting either of those right now. Um, so I'm just waiting for that to develop before I click the button. Oh, do I work out stops when buying in? Yeah. How is everyone? Hey, John, sorry I missed your message. Figured out if you're moving to Miami yet? Guys, we're like 40 likes away from 500 likes. We're going to push the like limit today. That's what we're going to do. You're out end of June? I think I'll be out. I think I'll be out in Miami around June-ish. We should connect, grab coffee. Yes, really, really loving this opening range today. Really does not want to get out of there. It was interesting. Pac said this morning that he loves it when Nasdaq leads the way. I hate it. I absolutely hate it as a Nasdaq trader. I want ES to show its hand. Here we go. We're gonna get it now. See, now I would just take this because this would be my trail. And if we get all the way up here, then great. For me, I don't want to see this midnight tap and then pull back into this area. That kind of invalidates the trade idea for me. 1K likes. Oof. You guys are gonna smash that. I believe in you, chat. You want to go short at 59 53.90. You're getting close. Oh, you're the man. You know who you are. You're the man. I tune in to see you every time you're live, but you could finally give me a like. Appreciate you. Why limit there? Because it's the area I want along. So I should, like I said, right? I should actually be. This is a good trade for me. This is like a here to here. All right, my target's the same. Once we get exposure outside of this, I don't want to see us come back and reclaim or have to retap this midpoint. So for me, it's like if I want to be in this move and I want to push the button, I need to do it at my invalidation. My invalidation is I don't want to see a midpoint tap once ES closes outside of it. Yeah. So this should be that trade. My stop loss would be in the same place it is, and I would give up some of the money from here anyway. I just deleted the long tool that I wanted on the chart. Why that area? Yeah, I just explained, bro. I literally just explained it to you. Why am I limiting this specific area? Because I like the opening range and also this area here. We can just call it. Oh, God. Oh, they're buying it. I like this, right? simple support and resistance at that point. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody has a problem with overtrading, regardless of how good or bad you are at trading. I think you just have to realize that when you're on side with the market, you can put your foot down. When you're off side with the market, you can really just get out of the car. Yeah, I'm sticking with it. It's invalidated for me. I don't want to see this tap because this for me is like we reject off of here and tumble down. I'll kick myself, so I'm out. Market is bullish. Overtrade this week, and like always, it hurts. Let's leave the tool on the chart just to see what would have happened if I stick to my guns. I think you got to remember, you know, I said it in the video that I posted a couple of days ago that I know some of you have said you appreciate that video, so thank you. It's like the market is designed in a way that it's going to cripple you financially if you don't respect it. And the times that it runs, that takes all your money, and then you start paper trading or trading like hypothetically, suddenly you're right all the time. You know? So preserve that capital. It's easy to make money in this market. It's really hard to keep it. And everyone would tell you that, but it goes in one ear and out the other, you know? Yeah, I guess the best of them. Damn, you're the best. I'm also the best paper trader known to man. Every time I'm paper, I'm wrong. No, I mean, I'm right. I always get run over on Mondays. Stop trading Mondays. Cool, this is slow, eh? We're up 50 points on NQ. That's a crazy slow day right now. Chat, we might have to make this more interesting today because the market, I think, is not going to provide. I'm not singing. Listen, you guys are gonna have to get like 5,000 likes and 20,000 viewers before I start singing. I can promise you that. And even then, the bar is just gonna keep moving. Gonna keep it a buck. It ain't happening. What's up with the Yankees? We went over this when we were talking with Delhi. I'm not a Yankees fan and I'm not a Mets fan. If you're either, please don't look to kill me. Okay? I'm a fan of the brand of the person, the boutique that makes this hat. So yeah. That's all I'm a fan of. I spent way too much money with them to not own this hat. So it's my one kryptonite. That and some jewelry brands. Neither. I don't really like football. Controversial, I am sure. Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know what football, what basketball, baseball is good or bad or not. So it's rejecting from the midnight price. So if we look all the way over here, this is midnight, and this is the opening price at midnight. It just rejects. So there's the first order in the book at midnight that gets placed. I'm just measuring out that level. Oh, sorry, chat. You're not boring me. What's the indicator for the session called? Which one? Appreciate you, Fred. Yeah, you should like, you should subscribe, you should message all your friends so that we can get it over 2K viewers. You know what? If we get over 2K live viewers today, I know Delhi may not give out a goodie bag, but I will give out a goodie bag on their behalf. I'll pay them to give out the goodie bag. That sounds fair, right? That sounds fair. I think that's good. We lost 10 viewers when I said that. Oh, they're back. Okay, so look, let's look on the 15-minute, right? Did we create a did we create some sort of swing formation? Yeah. Did we do it on ES? Yeah. Did we trade a lot higher? Yeah. We're still inside the opening range. Yep. Can't close out of it. Okay. What does that kind of suggest? Buyers are just getting beat. Okay, so we avoided a stop loss. That's one. Cool. This is like the line in the sand for buyers. Nah, I'm not gonna long this right now. Yeah, I avoided a stop loss and a break even. So, damn. Daddy's driving a hard bargain, boys and girls. I mean, 2K likes. No, 1K likes, 2K live viewers. I'll leave that in your hands. Three p.m. reversal longs. I don't trade at 3 p.m. If you're talking 3 p.m. UK time, maybe that's 10 a.m. Why? Buy stop this on the way through, maybe. I don't know. It's going to be a really slow day, boys and girls. If I'm from the UK, why not say 3 p.m.? Because the US stock market doesn't give a monkey's tail where I'm from. And also, if I start telling people I trade the 2:30 open, they're going to be like, huh? Yeah, I mean, I was going to say something, but I find a futures TV launch. It's bad timing. Yeah. Sorry, boys. Thanks, Shab. You're the best. You are the best. Big fan of this Kane guy. I'm gonna try this. If we get not this though. If we get good buy here, I would roll the dice because this is the model and it's just start. ES just trapped everything on this low. Just took this low. Right, good luck, chat. Well, good luck to me, actually. I just want to see us blast through this area. I'm afraid of tornadoes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Guys, I can tell you one thing, right? That probably annoys you more than anything. I'll tell you. Spamming a question. Like, that's a quick way to get ignored, you know? Feel like we're going London lows? Maybe. I want to see ES clear this midpoint. I really don't like this now. What is his blue zone? I actually don't know right now what this blue zone is. What was it? Oh, it's just hourly. So like when we close at 10, I don't want to see us trade through this. If we close at 10, was the whole point. So it's like, yeah, price is heavy. ES rejected opening range mid. I'm cooked, chat. Chat, I'm cooked. Nice move on crude. Cool, I cannot wait. We are 40 minutes away from crude oil inventories from Tracy. I'm looking forward to that one today. No sarcasm, dead serious. I got some questions for her. Do. My tweet yesterday about COVID lows was a bit of a joke because I was short for so long that I was like, oh, maybe it's coiling up for a move to COVID lows. I do now, Tracy. I love crude oil. So I was like, yeah, I was like, maybe we're just gonna spool to COVID lows. We're gonna gap there in a tick. It was just a joke. But I wanted to see the opening range fail yesterday, and we just stuck around it for far too long, and then we gapped down with that Nvidia news. When I say model, am I referring to some sort of price pattern? Yeah, I am. But that would suggest everything, wouldn't it? All the time. Yeah, guys, this is crazy. Candle forward 10 a.m. on the 4-hour chart. Poised to go lower. Maybe. It's my new favorite word. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, ES respect in the mid was the was the tail of me, you know? That was exactly where I was cooked. What was the question? For changing state delivery, do you consider candle closure above or below the body or the wick? The body. Why not scratch out? Um, because that isn't how I work. It's like I scratch out there and then suddenly it gets on side, then what? Am I an idiot for scratching out? Yeah. Am I an idiot for scratching out? For just taking the loss when I'm expecting. I'm like, okay, I don't really like the look of this. So yeah, COVID lows are extreme. I'm expecting lower prices, but I can't short this from here. Going to my first TP, what 18? Wow, that's a really low TP. You're aiming for 1,864 on NQ. You're looking for like a 99% drop. That's crazy, Nick. That tick. That's respect for you for holding that one, my boy. That's going to be a long one. Might be worth it. Oh, you meant yeah. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, guys, I am expecting a lower leg. So but the real question is what's the weather like where you are right now? Because the weather for me is pretty good. Let's take out London lows. Yeah, I'm with you, Chris. These resting lows. It's kind of cooked if I was still in my trade from earlier, which I'm thankful I'm not. Bins blowing about. You're in Puerto Rico. Yeah, what's Puerto Rico like? Is it boring as people say it is? Not if I like drinking on the beach. I love drinking on the beach, especially if I'm paying low taxes. It's like free then at that point. It's like, wow, this drink never tasted so good. Uh, do I have a limit on the amount of losses in a single day? Two-ish, roughly. Depends. Really depends on the day. Roughly though. So you see me playing my lip. I've got bottom brace on right now, and it's absolutely killing me. Any advice on how to drop the ego as early as possible? Just try and figure out what you're trying to get achieved, really. Do you want to be right or do you want to be or do you want the best outcome? Because sometimes they're not the same thing. I don't always stop after two. Sometimes I can just go on tilt and trade my account 30 times on a day. Sometimes I can go on tilt and trade 30 winners on a day, you know? Like tilt doesn't necessarily mean bad, like as in a bad outcome. Chat, this is horrific. We are down 20 points on ES. Why don't I mark the first presented fair value gap? Because I think it's a scam. It's known as, what's the term? Paranalia? Paranalia? Whatever it is. You'll see what you want to see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit dyslexic, so. Guys, I can be bearish, but expect a short-term high. If you would have quoted me this morning on exactly what I said, it would have made sense why I took a long. I'm bearish, but I want to short from up here. If you're going to quote me the whole thing or don't bother, you know? What advice do you have for someone who's chasing price? How does he stop doing so? You should have to really understand that you're wrong and 99% of the time, and it's your job to find uh, the times that you're right and make those winners bigger winners. You know, scale out of your losers fast and scale into your winners quick. Do you have any other? Oh, it's not for me. The blue boxes are just imbalances in price and where price typically trades. Right, let me check. Viewers, we've decreased in viewers, so we need to get that back up, and we're 300 likes away from 1,000 likes. So we might just have to sit here with our arms crossed until we get that sorted, chat. Because I don't want to watch another stream where we don't give away a swag pack. Yeah, of course. PA is bad because of power right now. Okay, we just got like 50 likes. So if we just wait like another like 20 seconds, I don't know, we're gonna have to figure out what's inside the swag pack, but we need to get there first. It's like counting our chickens before they hatch. It's like if I long right now and we trade up here, I'm gonna make X amount of money, but if not, then it doesn't really matter, does it? So wow, we jumped another 30. All I've got to do is I've just got to protest. You see 6 likes on YouTube. The question is, are you one of the 6? Because if so, you have nothing more to do. Honestly, the swag pack I got from Ninja to celebrate the creation of NinjaTrader Live was pretty good. So, although my Twitter roasted me about it, but it was good. It was good. Kane, can you mark out the first value gap over time? You'll find out that it's not a scam. It's an amazing tool. I'm going to show you something, right? I think we've done this a few times now, but like if I mark out this level right here and make this line as big as you want it, right? Oh, look, we used it as support here. We used it as resistance. We used it as support to go higher. Resistance, support, support, resistance. I don't know. Look, support. We then used it as support. We then failed through it. This line is made up. I made it up literally just now. See how many times it makes sense? Yeah, because we want it to make sense. So, anyway. Back to the matter at hand. We are now 200 likes away from the sweat. Come on, Matt. I believe in you. That line, you can't get that indicator. Sorry, guys, you just can't get it. Am I in this short? Yup. No, listen, I just think like, listen, if it makes sense for you, use it. Like everyone that I've watched on this show recently has all said the same thing. There's a million ways to skin this cat, right? If it works for you, it works for you. But you don't see me sit here telling people, why are you not doing it this way? Hey, if it works for you, it works for you. I'm good. But don't like tell me like, oh, Kane, you should do it this way. No, I shouldn't. Yeah, I mean that guy's something, eh? That guy's trying to reuse my name to make himself relevant, which is fine. I'm okay with that, but just do it in a nice way. Anyway, let's just wait a little bit before we shill the light counter another time. We've got another hour of this stream, right? So I'm gonna set a deadline. We've got 28 minutes to get 70-ish likes. If we can't get roughly 3 likes a minute, we're doing something wrong. I just believe we're doing something wrong. Okay, we have some sort of divergence here on the lower time frames. NQ took this low. ES is trading above it. 10 a.m. happens. We're at 10 a.m. So if we look on the 4-hour chart now, what does it look like? It looks like this, right? NQ took this low. ES left that low. But they both took the low of the previous candle. I'm kind of bullish here, boys and girls. I would welcome a little deviation a little bit lower, but then, yeah. Refresh, we got 900 likes. Are you trolling me? If I refresh and we haven't got 900 likes. Okay, someone lied to me. I'm not happy. 861. Who lied? Which one of you was it? I just refreshed for no reason. Maybe my like counter is delayed. Ban him now. Ban him. Yeah. Look, I'm a big fan of 10 a.m. taking 9 a.m. low. I'm not a fan of doing it in this style though. I normally like something like this, right? 10 a.m. opens, takes 9 a.m. low. We trade back to 10 a.m. open. We give it the room to then reverse. This is horrific. It's just one-sided. I can't really fade this right now. Begging for likes. I'm not. I'm gonna be honest. The like count could be at 0. I'm purely asking you guys to win your own stuff because the team want to give this stuff away, but we're not just gonna give it away. We need to hit that like counter, you know. And trust me, I'll go full influencer mode if you want me to. I don't care. Yeah, these are all aligning. If you need me to, I'll bring Leo up on stream. He's the best streamer I know. I'll do it. And he will come up here and the like counter will shoot to 2,000. You know? And then you'll be like, damn, bring back Kane. And the like counter being less. You will. He is on the lab, but order flow labs. You see? Something about the lab. How do I draw standard deviations? So, like, for example, this is a liquidity grab or a grab of a higher time frame low, right? So this is the 4-hour candle that printed all the way over here. This 4-hour candle prints, trades lower, trades higher. I want to measure here to here, but to do that, for that to make sense, this needs to trade up here first, and then we can play. We can play. Leo is the GOAT. What, however you say it, I don't, yeah. No, Fred, it's not. I'm not going to talk about that here, though, because that's not the point of the stream. It's an indicator. It's an indicator, but you can use the PO3, the high time frame PO3, this one. And then you can pick whatever candle you want. So this just shows the current 4-hour candle. Crazy. We can now look to trade this. Potentially, we'll see. No, I've never really fib extensions are not. No, they're the same. I just use the minus extensions. I've just never really been a big fan of partials. I'm a big, big, big fan of the 4-hour PO3. Yeah, big fan of it. The three is an indicator by T trades, and it's 4. It typically always displays 4. I can change it to 5, I think. God, this is gonna absolutely rally without us now. By the looks of it. You've got to confess, you started making money when you moved out of the tick charts, went to the 15-second. Think how much more money you would make if you went to like the 5-minute. That would be insane. Here you go. We can look at the 1 second if you want. Order flow is bullish. I think order flow is about to flip bearish based on my mystic bull. I think it might be broken. Apologies. Oh, mystic bull is working today. Damn. Oh, I really timed the bottom on that one. Jeez. Really did time the bottom on that one, my boy. Yeah. I mean, oh, that's tough, I know. I'm bullish here. I'm actually bullish. You don't speak English, you're Brazilian, you need subtitles. Don't think I can help you out there, my boy or girl. I strictly speak English. Okay, guys, sorry to do it, but we're 10 minutes into the hour. We've got 20 minutes left. We gotta get 80 likes. So that means for the next 20 minutes, we need 4 likes a minute. If you don't do that, I'm just gonna be disappointed. That's all. That's all. That's all it's gonna be. I'm currently sat in a blackout room, so I don't know if it's raining outside or not. Right. Can someone tell me, are we actually at 1,000 likes or not? Because on my screen it says 968. Yeah, thanks. We're me and Ryan we're in tune. 20, come on, 20 likes. That's it. 20 likes. We're protesting until we get 999. Does the button count? Does it stop showing after? Nah, there we go. 1K. Right, the team will now get off my back. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They weren't on my back. But there you go. We get a giveaway next week. Now I'm even more excited for what is next week. There's got to be some news. There's always some news on Wednesdays. Next week, next Wednesday, we have. Oh, it's PMI day. Oh, damn. Okay, good. Proud of you guys. Proud of you. Right, now we can get back to. We can get back to trying to get into this trade. Got to find a way to get in. He's gonna run without me, I think. I'm being greedy today. I'm really being greedy. I'm up on the day, a decent amount. I don't really want to give much of it back unless something super, super solid is there. Yeah, we now need to get a good trade on, and we also need to just peak 2,000 viewers at some point. So, because Delhi will double it, I think. I think that was what he said. Oh no. Pretty much all the indicators I use in some way are private, other than the Asian range indicator. But they are available. They're just not free. It's probably the better term to use. Oh, my brace is killing me. Okay, let's look at this. So daily, we're trading below previous day low. Not looking great. 4 hour barcoding. We want to engage at the extremes of this. If we're wrong, we're wrong quickly. Hourly, very range bound, 15-minute. Um, yeah, I want to engage here. Put a 50 lot on? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Delete this one. No, no, no. going after some of this. I'll click this. This is a good trade. What is 2? What is 3? Here we go. Actually, if I really want to be good, right, it should be here. Right, 2.5 grand. That's okay. It's money we made today, arguably, luckily. So this is kind of the trade I want. We rejected 50% of the OR. I'm okay with that. I don't really care about 50% of the opening range on NQ. I'm in. If we're wrong for a short period of time. If we're right, we get to watch this grind into the highs. And if we do break below here, then the good thing about this is like I'm expecting this to then continue pretty much until till Powell's speech. So this is like a nice line in the sand for me that says, okay, if I'm wrong here, I'm fully out. And then the 4-hour candle should just expand at that point. And if we just range all day, then great. I get to avoid all that chop as well. I just need the order flow guys to tell me that there is tons of volume. There's tons of absorption. The delta's flipping, like all this stuff. Anyone? Streamer boy, we need you. You are wrong here. I don't care. I'm up good amount today already. You're getting stopped, Kane. I love this, by the way. I'm completely the opposite of soft. I'm just being polite. It's probably the better term. You have to clean them up. Are you talking to me or about me, Khan? Just so we're clear. Oh, of course, Darren. When I'm in drawdown, Kane, you're wrong. You're getting stopped. Oh my god. Oh my god. No way. Like, you're horrific. It's amazing. And when I'm right, it's like, I said yesterday I really wanted London lows. And to be fair, the time I said it, we only went up. After I said it, I was like, yeah, I've been in this trade all day. I'm waiting for London lows. After that, we pretty much only went up. This guy took to Twitter to tell me that I am useless. I'm a gambler and that I'm never right. And that that we are going much, much higher. And then at the market open, when we gapped down 1%, and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, well, you're an idiot. Whatever. I'm good with this trade. I'm really happy with it because, like I said, if I get stopped, I'm done. I'm good now because at that point, I'm expecting the 4-hour candle to expand against me. That's good. My bias will be offset. And also, if it plays, it's great, and then I can look to get bearish from that high that I want to get bearish from. So, oh, I'm good. Yeah. I mean, even with this trade, sorry, I'm just checking on my phone because I don't really want to open up my NinjaTrader account. Even if this trade hits stop loss for 2.5K, we're still up pretty good on the day. I'm going to be honest with you. Entered 80 lots. I'm just gonna start slamming the bid or the ask or whichever. I don't even. Yeah, I'm gonna get in and out. Why am I trading the opposite of my bias? My bias doesn't define me. Okay. I'm a man of free will. I have a choice. Because I like shorting from the extremes and longing from the extremes. And the market changes and we're currently at lows. I like to get bullish at lows and bearish at highs. Okay, so let's just be clear. We went how many ticks in drawdown? 63. We went 83 in profit. So where is everyone else that's like, you're hating me? Oh my God, whatever. I've officially been right more than I've been wrong so far. Well, that one's from you, Leo. Leo. Fuck, I can't get your name right. Sorry. I have a friend that spells his name like yours that likes to be called Leo. The most important part of my model is just when it presents, I just click the button and that's it. And I just accept that what will be, and that's the end of it. You know? Gosh, this is looking bleak. Did I take profits? No, brother. You're new here, aren't you? I have I have more conviction than Trump has conviction on tariffs. I can tell you that. Ahmed, I'm going to be 100% honest with you, mate. That is exactly what it is. But I have to have some way of defining exactly what that is every single time. So, yeah, like all I'm looking for is a pullback into 50% of this leg so I can get long. Looking for something that intersects with that I can use that as an entry point. And then, yeah, because I don't like longing 50% of a leg, because at that point, my risk to reward just gets messy. Look, guys, I really understand that this is a hard area to get through. Yeah, like I'm fully aware of that. And I could very much be wrong here, and it could just do this. I'm fully okay with that. Yeah, I probably will just move to break even once we take out the opening range higher, if we take it. You don't care about getting liquidity from London low? Not really, no. We already took out this low. That's good enough for me. In my head, this is London, this is Asia. This is not London, this is Frankfurt. So London liquidity was taken. Asia liquidity could just be low of day. I don't know. We'll see. The good thing about it is, at the end of the day, we'll know. You know, that's the best. That is the best thing about it. Is like in 6-7 hours time, we will all know whether I was right or where I was wrong. That's it. Might be sooner, might be later, might be whatever. Oh, listen, I stream every single day for a community, but not as big as this, but 600 people. But I'm fully aware that people side against you when you start to lose, and they side with you when you start to win. But it's just the people that side with you all the time, they're the real ones, you know? Look, and ultimately, I'm actually not the type of person that ever really cares if I get stopped here. But it's like, listen, the people that absolutely gun for me when I'm wrong, just know when I'm right, I will gun for you back. Like, that's the only thing I promise to you. It's like, if you don't do either, I just won't do either to you, you know? So you're telling me I learned your model at 18 only from watching you trade live, which you needed 10 years for. Well, you watched me do it, so why wouldn't you learn quickly? That's like me saying, I don't know, let me think of a good analogy. That's like you getting a job as like anything, an accountant, and being like, wow, it took you 20 years to learn how to do tax returns. Yeah, but to do them quick, it took him 20 years. Right, I'm gonna go break even here. Don't want to see this start to reject again. Look, guys. I'm never gonna shit on Delta and order flow. I actually really like it. Think it adds a really good confluence to my model, and ultimately, I'm really okay with learning it. And I'm actively tuning into the streams at the close to learn more and more about it, and ask Stowe, XYZ, Leo, Nick, all those guys questions. Um, because I don't want to be naive, and I'm forever the student. You know, I know there's a million ways to skin this cat. And I know that there are ways that I can look to improve my own model. They're diverging so hard at this high. And yeah, I would just keep doing it. What's my thoughts on trading stops? I don't mind it in this market, if I'm going to be honest. I really don't. Um, but in all honesty, I'm on a general consolidating market. I think you most of the time get wicked out. Like you overmanage your trade and get stopped at an area that isn't your invalidation. So you get back in and you probably take a loser, or you again get caught in some chop. Uh, yeah, I would have entered this trade if this candle would have wicked here. I would have entered this trade there, but I didn't, and then it would have give you the change of state delivery. I think Ahmed, the overwhelming consensus is your comment wasn't very nice. Um, but it's okay. I'm glad it made. I'm glad it was. I'm glad it was good. I'm glad you've learned. I'm glad you know how to trade. Okay, let's just be clear though. What do people determine as order flow? Because I have different terminology for order flow than most people. I actually don't look at actual volume. Like you couldn't tell. There's not one thing on here that suggests anything about volume or where people have or haven't bought. Hmm. Hmm. So, guys, all I care about is this shift, really, and this 4 hour low. That's pretty much it. I just want to look. I want to be able to get into this move. Like we've all said, there's a million ways to skin this cat. Guys, let's not actually go after Ahmed. He came after me. Let me do it. I'm okay with it. Just don't gang up on him. It's not fun. YM. All the homies hate YM. Futures novice. We all hate YM. I think Chris is onto something, guys. What's the moon phase is saying? Chris, how does this indicator work? I know you know. Don't lie to me. I know you know. Crazy. The blue dots. So these blue dots are creating some sort of resistance here, and these white dots are creating some sort of support. So what we see
Hey,
here, oh, it's time. Tracy, how are you?
it's time. It's your
It's
favorite
time.
economist, just to give you some numbers. You're lucky you're in a trade, else I would have had you bring up a crude chart. But since you are, we had crude inventories. We had it 500 plus 515,000. That came in a little higher than expected. We had Cushing at minus 654,000. We had gasoline inventories at minus 1.956 million, and distillate stocks at minus 1.851 million. Crude is ticking up on that, although I think the number was released early because it started ticking up a few minutes early. So I think somebody got the number. All in all, it's a strong report. We had draws all around and a very small build in crude.
So is this bullish or bearish for indices, Tracy? Help me out on that one.
So is this bullish? Yes.
Okay.
I know it doesn't help you, but listen,
we flip a coin.
Crude is a great moving market. When things are kind of boring in indices, it's always a good market to check out. Huge moves today, so
Tracy, it's never boring in
introducing
indices. I can't
your
believe you just said
fans.
that. I can't believe that.
Oh,
Okay, I'm going to
know.
apologize. I actually don't subscribe to the commodities data. Don't ask why. I just don't.
You-
But I'm going to now.
What?
And
I didn't think you did.
and next stream, I'm going to trade oil. There you go. I said it. We're going to figure it out.
I love it. All right.
Thank you, Tracy.
I'll help you. All right, thanks.
How did I find my model? You're trading ES on Monday. How did I find my model? I don't know, actually. Just over years of refining stuff. No. Leo the Tiger, ES_F, Leo Streamer Boy is going to trade ES. That's crazy. I'm going to be there. When? Monday. Why Monday? Why not today? I do add to trades, but I like to add on. You need to set up your chart. How long will it take to set up your chart? Just change NQ to ES, no? It'd be easy. Look, I'll show you. Look, you just do this. You go, boom. That's it. Done. No, I know it's not. I know it's not. He's busy being a streamer. That's what he is. Yeah, JS raises a good point. You have to change your name to NQ Leo now. Okay. Do I stay out of the market when the reversal model doesn't show on that day? So. It depends. I also have a continuation model. So there's that. It'd be so funny if you change it to NQ and only trade it ES. It would be funny. Love you for the comment. Was it a native way? Still 18 and learning only because it sounds simple. I can say for a fact that 80% here won't be executing like you do with the model. Yeah, look, Ahmed, and I actually believed in the benefit of the doubt when you said it. But it is I trade a very simple model. Like my model is just waiting for that 50% pullback and I'm just trading this move. Right? 50% of this into 50% of the, oh, sorry, into 50% of this, you know? So if we literally just do this, delete this tool. All I want is this move. And then, yeah, 10, whenever. Just a mixture of things. And I'm just trading to that right now. But overall, higher time frame, we're very, very well balanced right now. Pushing into this area that I'm just looking for, which again is a higher time frame premium discount array. Everything must be efficiently balanced, yeah. 50% trade up to the high. 50% of this was traded into here. 50% of this was traded into here. We then took the low, created a new range. And then, yeah, this now is my liquidity target. But to go lower, what do I want to see? Us go higher, take some of this liquidity to the high, sell at these highs, flip bearish, trade into lows. We are really struggling to get above this, though. The S&T just add confluence. I like it when the markets decorrelate to form some sort of reversal. So, like for me, the only thing that can make me trade to get out of this trade out is I get stopped or the new hourly candle opens. See, like the 15-minute didn't even take a high. It didn't take a high. Closed above this one. For me, like to get out of a trade, we would need to see some sort of swing form. Like one of these highs get traded above and then close below. And then for me, that starts to invalidate my trade idea. We have got the exact same entry. That's crazy. Congrats. Put VWAP. Oh, look, let's anchor the VWAP from the lows. By the way, I don't know if this is or isn't a thing. Whoa, what is that? Get that off my chart. Clicked on the wrong thing. You see, VWAP's just going to hold price up now. I know that's probably not how you use it. Yeah, I know. I was low-key trolling, bro. Don't give this. What? I don't know. Bro, I don't use it. Oh, is that actually how you use it? Is that actually how you... They can't be that simple. Is that really how... You literally just do that? You just click the low and then you're just like... You wait for the reclaim and then play it. Oh, shit. Fair play. Okay, it's that simple, guys. What about this one? Oh, we are rejecting it from the high. That's it. So what do we do when we squeeze like this? If we get above this one, then we're just chilling, right? Like basically all-time high. And if we reject it, like, do you ever just short this? If I take it off my chart, it stops working. I would delete this one then. We want it to go higher. Buy VWAP from the high. Wow, that was crazy. We deleted it and the market started bouncing. Should we bring it back? See what happens? All right, we brought it back. Do you ever then like do this? like use it from like the low, like the new low, and then you have both running, and now like this area is like the area you want to buy. Oh, boys, I'm an order flow trader now. Anyway, you can all buy my course at the end of the day. It will be running on sale, £99, dollars. Sorry. And yeah, congrats. We're gonna crack it. If you didn't know, I'm being facetious. Okay. Oh God, I deleted the opening range. Not really. I typically try and get in standard lot sizing. Calls me web order flow ready to sell course. Yeah, okay. I was being facetious, okay? Do I typically standard size most of my stuff, most of my trades. So like 3 lots, 5 lots, sometimes 2, rarely 1. Like, yeah. What happens when the VWAPs cross, by the way? Like the short term versus the longer one? Anywhere from like an hour to 3 hours. Yesterday was 6 hours. Couldn't believe it. I was in literally right until the close. Going at like 10:01, 10:03. And then, yeah, a black hole appears. Listen, guys, I know that you guys are trolling me right now, but I'm genuinely actually interested about this stuff. Like, and I just like to add confluences to my stuff, you know? That is genuinely it. I just like to add confluences. If X does Y 40% of the time, and they can add them. Oh, okay, yeah. You know what? I'm pretty sure the volume profile tool on TradingView is really bad, but XYZ you can have it. See, this is horrible. I'm deleting it already. It's giving me a headache. Yeah, it's horrible. I refuse. Sorry, not happening. Leo, did you see me and XYZ were we counter trading Stowe yesterday, and it paid us in our favor. But that guy would really not let the bid go yesterday. He really wanted higher. Like he was hammering it. $800 ticks per row. Good. I don't know how it works, obviously. Yeah, so look, ultimately that's brother, we can run a stream, we can run a collab whenever you want. I love you guys over in the Order Flow Labs. You guys are killing it. So, and your streams are fun. I The main reason for this trade is like this 4 hour candle didn't take any liquidity. We did with this candle, but then we basically stalled for the next 4, just basically barcoded, slow burn down. So this should be the stop run that gives us the volume to then go higher. Right? Yeah, no, I know it's all love. You guys are solid. One of the first order flow guys that don't they accept there is another way of trading, right? And not like the holy grail. And that makes me just want to work with you more, you guys more. So yeah. Right, this trade's looking pretty good. I think my AT lots are up. I think you might be good, bro. Unless you bought the bid every couple of minutes, then you might be still up. But level 4 data will let you see tomorrow's prices. Yeah. Honestly though, like me and Leo on a stream, like that, 2 good-looking people on one stream, that'd be crazy, guys. I don't think you'd be. I don't think no one's ready for that. Sorry, they're just not. We'll get the brother accusations rolling thick and fast. Yes, this is this hourly high that I want, basically. Oh, we got through VWAP. Now what? Like, now what do we do? How do we figure out where we're going based on the VWAP WAP thing? Since I'm going to try this under the opening range. I don't want to see us lose the opening range again. Bro, I honestly, Geordie, I don't support a football team. I genuinely do not support a football team. I know that probably upsets so many people, but I just don't. No, I'm really not trolling. Like the one thing football related that's like really fun to watch is Ballers League. If you guys watch that, I'm assuming some of you footballers have actually, like the football fans, have watched Ballers League on YouTube. That thing is fun, eh? Like it just makes football fun in my head. Okay, chat. Anyway, we lost 500. Did we lose 500 on the first trade? We did, right? I'm confused. Did we? Yeah, we bought and then sold. We lost 500 over here. Okay, so worst case, we walk away up. Pretty good. I'm happy with that. They trapped VWAP buyers. Doesn't look trapped to me. This is nice. Slow with the opening range, but it's kind of suggestive that they're just flipping the opening range. Push through the midpoint, use the midpoint, go higher. That's an inverse VWAP. Crazy. See that, Futures Novice? Yeah, the YouTubers managed to street the teams, 6-a-side footballers. They have a bunch of professional footballers come in and play. And then the footballers, the some of the YouTubers, the Sidemen, Angry Ginge, all those guys, they manage the team. And then yeah, like every so often they just boom, randomly change the game. It's like 3v3, 2v2, 1v1. Rolling subs. I don't know, they just change it. What is PK Humble? PK Humble. What is this? Why are you spamming it? Everyone's spamming PK Humble. What is it? Oh, is he? I'm gonna be honest. I only watched it the other day in the background, so I actually don't really know if it was or who is and isn't on there. I just know Kieran Clark's on there because that guy's a beast. He was absolutely bodying everybody. Richie, favorite beer? I love a Desperados, but it's like, do I like tequila or do I like Desperados? You know? Bit slow. Oh, Despies, bro. Desperado. Oh, get me in the sun with the Desperados and the golf cart in hand. Oh, how do I connect? So you see down here it says NinjaTrader. It should say broker for you. Um, in fact, I can just show you what it will look like. It says trading panel. You click here, and then you can just explore the brokers, and you can find. Oh, well, they changed it. Go to futures. Why is it not on here? All brokers. Gosh, they changed it. There used to be just be a list. Explore brokers, and it just used to open a list. Oh, here, like this. Sorry, like this. And then you find NinjaTrader, but then I have the star. So NinjaTrader will just be here. It's sorted in stars rating. Trade Nation obviously pay a load of money to be featured up here, outing them. And then NinjaTrader's here. So, yeah. This is actually how I trade with volume on the side. Let me get my VWAPs out again. That's not it. I keep doing the wrong one. Anyway, let's just go back to the other chart. That's how you do it. And then you log in. Gosh, what's happened? Okay, we're back. Sure. Can you subscribe to the ORB or not? I don't trade the opening range breakout as a trade, so no. I don't. What was Delhi agreeing on Nick on? We should all trade together with Kane one morning. Nah, I don't think so. You're not coming to steal my show. This is my slot. I had to sing for this. No, I'd welcome you all. I'd welcome you all into my sessions. Is Stowe trading today or tomorrow? He's got a new, or is it next week? Nick, you can have the stream. I'm not singing. You can take it, bro. I'll do Sundays. Tomorrow. Oh, that's gonna be good. Yeah, listen to full-time trading. Just get rid of everybody else and only have me on here. It's not the NinjaTrader show anymore. It's the Kane show. Yeah. No, that sounds like horrible. I like living my life and going to the gym and playing golf too much. We are going to do a golf day potentially. Not sure. I've got to travel a bunch. Okay, so look. So with this trade, right? I like to get in and out before within an hour. Why would you think that I would like to get in and out before an hour? Because if we now print a new hourly candle, we're not about to because we've got 8 minutes. We print a new hourly candle here and we take this high. I then have to trail my trade because if this does this, I'm an idiot. Yeah. What's my handicap? I'm dyslexic. Don't mock me. I know you're on about golf. It's just I actually am dyslexic, so I can say that. But my handicap's like, I don't know, 18, 19. But the reality is I'm probably way worse than that right now. Yes, because I'm trading the reversal and T Trades is trading the continuations. So should you try and get T Trades on next week? He's not back, is he? I don't think he's back. Maybe Shab knows more than me. No, I don't. I imagine it overheated if it's gone. Sorry. Give me a second. I just need to check my camera. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to my camera. So apologies. Yeah. It is quite hot up here right now, so. Let me just check it. Give me a second. No, not a clue what just happened to my camera. Apologies, guys. You're gonna have a warped version of me right now. Something broke. We'll figure it out though. Count the deviation from 942. You reach 2.5, and now we go to 4. Okay. I won't be here every day. Am I bald? No, I've got pretty good hair actually. Oh, you can't see it. Wait, I need to come down. Probably balding, but not bald. Yeah, I know. Right now, VWAP's absolutely saving our behind on this trade. Not for long though. Can I split the G or no? Probably not. Not massive drinker. Yeah. I kind of want to see this hold here. Maybe a wick and then a continuation. And this is one of the times I probably would welcome this like at the hour. So like in like 4 minutes time. Stall, open at 11, then trade. And then it gives us all this target. And then if that happens, sorry, I need to just get rid of these drawings. If that happens, and we start to trade back above the opening range, I can actually add to this trade then. Same target. But my invalidation for the trade would be this low then. I just trail my stop loss to areas I don't want to see traded into. There's no real like. Yeah, midpoint. It's really nice area for us to bounce off. Bouncing off New York Open VWAP. Is that how how it also works? You use like time-based VWAPs or VWAPs. God, you stack enough VWAPs and suddenly it's absolute fucking head fuck. Sorry. The camera's vertically stretched because something happened. I don't know what it did, but you just have to put up with it. Sorry. Was this 50% of the range? So you're probably measuring the range from this low to this high, but the reality is it's this low, wasn't efficiently delivered, wasn't, and then it is. So 50%. So now if I get to add, it should just expand. This hourly looks like it might be rejecting. Yeah, we've been up here a while though. Normally you want to see a very shallow rejection off something like this. Yes, rejecting that midpoint. Just get above it. Come on. They are likely going to slam this into the lows. Khan, brother, just let it go. I know you're eagerly wanting for it to go lower, but if I need to, I'll just keep buying the bid. I don't like trading gold. I tried it a few times, but it won't. Yeah. Thoughts on Scousers? Oh my God. I didn't want to see that big of a push. Someone heard I'm going to buy the bid and just thought, I'll front run you, Kane. So where's now my invalidation? If we trade into this high, it will become this low. What's my mindset of getting out of drawdown? Just do the stuff that works. Do more of it, not less of it. Try and cut out the stuff that doesn't. I know that's so simplistic of me, but like, I'm gonna be honest, I have a very simplistic mindset on a lot of things. Okay. I'm actually trailing here because this 15-minute high got swept. And there is some SMT here, so, or divergence or whatever you want to call it. So for me, I don't want to see us trade below this low now. So this trade as an absolute worst makes, no, we've got ticks on. 2.8K. And we're floating 4 right now. So this is the problem that I'm currently seeing. Like this rejects and trades into lows. I'll see this 15-minute sweep in reverse. 15-minute high did not get swept. Okay, so this candle is 10:45. This candle is 11, which marks out this candle as being a 15-minute high by all matters of everything mathematic and time-based. This candle and this candle are the same. So this candle took this candle's high, which means this 15-minute high got swept on ES, which means this did not get swept on NQ. So it did in my head because NQ carries all the weight. They're going to slam it, brother. I've been right more times than I'm wrong over my career as a trader. So I don't really care if they do or don't, in all honesty. I will take the 2.5K on the day, plus the 6K that I made during London, and walk away, plus 8.5 on the day. It's whatever. This is good money for me. Um, yeah, because that's like the way I work the market. If ES takes a high or a low and starts pushing away from that high or low, I personally would then expect NQ to not take that high. So I play that decorrelation between them. Bro, Khan, respectfully, bro, I don't care what you think or say. Like, I don't know how many times I've had to say it politely, but like, I've told you very numerous times I don't mind getting stopped here. But you keep telling me the bid is weak and the ask is weak. But you told me down here, you told me here, you told me here, you told me here. Like, I don't care. Who do I support in F1? It's hard, isn't it? I'm more of a people person than a team person. I'd like to see McLaren do well this year. They've got a really good car. And I mean, God, Piastri and Norris are just two excellent drivers, right? Boys, I'm going to be honest. We don't really have much to do here. We have a sell stop in and a sell limit in, and one of them is going to get hit before the other. And we make money either way. It's kind of the most this is carefree trading, isn't it? I don't like this midpoint rejection from ES, and I don't like we're just sitting in the opening range. So I give it the broom, and if it doesn't do it, then whatever. Couple of hobbies, golf. Been slacking on it recently though. And then yeah, thing is, I know people are just gonna buy this, but I'm okay with that because we're running out of time anyway. And then we can just wrap up the stream with a little overview, and then Jim will be in 15 minutes past the hour, or that's an assumption on my behalf. Someone will be in. So yeah, I can stay till 15 minutes past, but can't go much longer than that. There we go. We made good money today. Sorry, Kane. Can't. I'm up $8,500 today. I'm pretty chill. Don't worry about it. I don't care if this is or isn't. You were wrong here. You were wrong here. You were wrong here. You can have this one, mate. Okay. No, you're fine. Brother, I would just say this. No one likes to be told they can't, that like, they don't, the way they're trading or the trade is not going to be going against them. Let them do their own technical analysis, right? I don't look at YM, no. Guys, we have actually gone sideways for best part of an hour and a half. But I think by all definitions right now, this is very much just a range, isn't it? Yeah, I don't use YM because, like I've said a couple of times that YM is just. I don't even subscribe to YM data. That's how much I care about it. So yeah, I don't use it. I would just play this range at this point. Who's better as a trader, me or Tanya? I don't know. I've not really seen it. Yeah, I mean, ES just creates this never-ending SMT loop that it keeps doing. I said loads of people are going to buy this, so. But it's okay. I'm really happy to cut it, in all honesty. I'd rather cut it up here, but I'm also happy to cut it here. But the thing is like if you now look at the hourly chart, we got that pullback into that area. Well, not this area, into that midpoint. Now we should go and claim some of these highs, trade into here, into here, into here. Do we? Probably not. Given the current market conditions, Yeah, Tanya's definitely better looking than me. That's for sure. She definitely wins that one. Here we go. We're just gonna long VWAPs. Done. TP. 30K. That's 300. Boom. 583R trade. Yeah, I do think we just chop. I'm okay. I'm happy. I'm happy with this trade. Really happy with it. In foresight, I'm like, this is gonna just chop me here. But it is what it is. I didn't like this 15-minute high. And the face cam's a little bit messed up. It's because I stayed an hour and I stayed 15 minutes longer and it's 9 minutes past my time. So you're just going to keep getting distorted versions of me because the AI image that we use only lasts an hour, 2 hours, sorry. So I'm kidding. It's obviously me. Better lifestyle in Europe or the States? Different. Just different. Now I'll be done. Yeah, we need to put 20p in the AI machine. So look, now again, so if we look at ES took this hourly high, NQ failed to do that. Yeah. So the fact it failed to do that shows me that there's some sign of weakness in NQ right now. Yeah. Yeah, if we go up here, I will definitely frame shorts up here. But honestly, like the thing I've learned the hard way about with the ES, right, is like this can drag NQ by the scruff of its collar wherever this wants it to go. Doesn't how much sellers are in here. Like, doesn't matter. If ES just wants to grind higher and NQ just wants to do this, it will do that. It will drag it up. But I don't like being involved in that because typically when you drop something that you're dragging, it falls, and that can catch you off guard. So I think we're good here. How do I never lose my temper? I mean that's a bold assumption. I do really lose it sometimes. It's tiring, guys. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. It's hard having someone tell you you're wrong all day, every day, and like coming on these streams do open you up for that. I mean, we caught a nice winner today. We caught a nice winner in London. But the times when you come on a stream and you take a trade and it just goes immediately against you, you're just, you're an idiot in front of 1,500 people. It's not easy. But I would just say this: everyone's human. Everyone's living for the first time, and ultimately, hey, you don't have to watch, So. No, you guys are more than welcome. I enjoy. But yeah, I think this ultimately it's everything normally that I was kind of suggesting is that I want this area and then I want lower. Jim, how are you?
Pretty good, man. Great job today, and thanks for working overtime. Appreciate it.
It's okay. It's okay. Were you enjoying the sun a bit too much where you are? You just had to come in.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm trying to. But don't sell yourself short, man. You're a good-looking man. I was listening to the conversation about you and Tanya, and don't take that the wrong way, though. Don't take it the wrong way. But
No, I'll take it the right way, Jim. Don't worry. I'm looking forward to the round of golf.
oh, well, after today, you're buying then because you had a good trade.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm good. Appreciate you. Yeah, it was good. Overall, we had a nice bottoming where I wanted. I got in, rode it. Basically, I think I'm gonna get out here. I got out here, and it might be the low of this hourly candle, but we made money, so we can't complain. It's better than losing money today, that's for sure.
Yeah. So by the way, why is it that everybody now wants Red Bull to lose? Is it because they're so dominant last year and Max is the man, or what is it going on?
Look, I think I can only answer that from my perspective, right? Christian Horner is probably like the worst person in Formula One. I think he just, I don't know. There's no argument. Max Verstappen is the best driver on the grid right now, and he has got one of the not such great cars. But I don't mind watching them lose if that makes they're just so hateable, as Mark put in the chat. Like when they were winning, it was like they hated on absolutely everybody, and it was just like hating on them was almost that you were going against the status quo. But now Max is having problems. They're having a problem with their second driver. It's like it almost is like this is karma, It is real. It is real karma. But yeah, and I just love the fact that McLaren are winning. I'd like to see Lewis do well in a Ferrari. I think it'd be pretty cool for him to
Yeah.
have a. I think it'd be cool for him to win a season in red. But there's changes coming soon, so I could talk about Formula One all day, Jim. How long have you got?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. So yeah, I know. We should talk about it. I love it as well. We'll see what drivers stay, what drivers go next season, and how that's a crazy process also. But who doesn't want Lewis Hamilton? I mean, he's like the Michael Jordan of F1.
I like to refer to him as the Tiger Woods as Formula One because he's just the best to ever do it, right? And I think the argument is I'm not a basketball guy, but like there's absolutely no argument that Tiger Woods is the best golfer ever, and I think there's no argument that Lewis Hamilton is the best golfer, the best Formula One driver ever. So,
Yeah.
yeah, and I just want to see him win. Like what they did to him that season was just unforgettable. So, yeah.
All right, man. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. Nice talking to you. Looking forward to the next time you're on. We're going to go right into some midday markets, and then we'll be the hot commodities segment right after that.
Enjoy. I'll see you next week. Ciao.
All right, man. Ciao. Wow, that was spectacular. Got to get some, that was a really great session. Thank you, Kane, for that. We got the F1 conversation going on here. Michael Shoemaker. Yeah, I know. He was before my time, though, before I started paying attention to it anyway. So let's just take a look at some of the midday action today. We'll start with the E-mini S&P. We're range bound, right? The opening range is well defined. We have a bottom approximately 53.45. My white line on the top up there, 53.88 is kind of defining the top right now. And this is the first, we've been trading back and forth at least the last 60 minutes through that session VWAP, volume weighted average price. That's that white line going through the middle of the charts right there. So it's pretty tight, a pretty tight range. S1 is defining the conversation at the top. It's acting as, this deserves a rectangle of its own, by the way. It really does. This is a S1 rectangle up here. Nice area of resistance. And that's JAX1, right? That's that big gamma exposure level acting as resistance right now. I know everyone's waiting for Powell, right? Something's going to pop with Jay Powell one way or the other, most likely. But that's kind of what we're talking about. S1 all the way down to the bottom of the initial balance. Now, initial balance also is by that Menthor Q one day min level as well, which is perfectly tagged to the bottom of that as well. These are really good levels if you guys are interested in looking at some of these gamma related or options related data. RSI is not helping me at all on this particular look. And the range is kind of small today, but let's take a look at the gap though. There is a gap in play. Let me see if I could find it. There it is. It's the tab that says gap, Jim. And I have a couple stats here. By the way, so you had to take this with a little bit of tongue in cheek here, but we have a edgeful stat that on Wednesdays, and this is based on a 6-month look back, Wednesdays are 70, almost 71% green, right, and 21% red. It's a curious stat to think about because on any given Sunday, of course, any given Wednesday, anything could happen, right? Anything could happen. We have a news-driven market. We have all sorts of different dynamics going on. But that's an interesting stat to look at. Are Wednesdays typically good days or not good days? And just looking back 6 months, we get a green thumbs up here for the E-mini S&P. And we'll check that out at the micro Nasdaq as well. So far, the range, the daily range has been an anemic 85 points, right? We have an ATR a little just short of 200, 195. That's coming down actually as we have these small range days, consolidation, if you want to call it that. My rectangle here is an effort to show the gap between the close, the regular trading hour close yesterday and the regular trading hour close and the regular open today, right? And so the gap fill stats, and again, that's not I don't have it perfectly aligned, but you get the idea. The gap fill stats by Edgeful, again, 6-month look back, gives us a gap. It's a gap down, but the target is 54.27 3/4. And on a Wednesday, we have a situation where it's 79% filled. 79% filled, 21% not filled. We'll take a look at this at 2 o'clock, see if we're making any progress there. Now, of course, Chair Powell today could kind of throw a spanner in the works, as they would say in the UK on this market. Let's do the same analysis, though. We'll do the same analysis for the micro Nasdaq and then the Russell. And the micro Nasdaq is, again, nice volume profile actually for the micro Nasdaq. Usually it's more wonky than this, but we're right at that 1-day min, right where that point of control is. And so there's a couple of areas of interest right there. And also there's S2. So there's 3 areas of interest right here where we're trading at right here, right now. Again, range bound, tight range today. Haven't had an initial balance breakout or an opening range breakout for that matter. Everything is pretty tightly wound in anticipation. It's an anticipatory market right now. Fatfish says Edgeful is an amazing tool. Yeah, thank you for that. It's I don't know how many man hours I've spent looking around there. There's so many features on that website. It's worth a peek for sure. At the top of the conversation, we have some put support approximately 18,750. I'm rounding up a little bit. I'd probably throw a rectangle up there just to kind of get my head around this level as well. Yeah, we had a big wick through there, but there's kind of resistance up there. Support's clearly down here. We have I don't know how many wicks we've tried to kind of break on through the bottom here. Let me just go ahead and define this a little bit better. So, these are 30-minute candles, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. We've reached down to the bottom of the value area. Now, it wasn't the bottom of the value area at the time, but now it is. This is a session volume profile that I have up here. But that, 18,524 half level is is support, and it's been holding up pretty nicely. This is an awkward looking hamburger bun, which I'm a messy eater. So if the bun's not symmetrical, it's gonna spell trouble for me. But anyway, so that's kind of just the gamma levels, the support and resistance levels. JAX1 is up high a little bit, 18. It's not, high relatively speaking, but just looking at this chart, it's relatively high, 18,800. Let's go to the gaps here. And we have some similar data here as well, but it's a little less green on a Wednesday. The Nasy's a little less green than the S&P. It's only 66.67% green versus 33.33% green. Red, I'm sorry. But, we are living in unusual times, so don't this is not a trade signal. This just is an interesting factoid that we're going to think about. Same kind of gap here. Again, my rectangle is approximately covers the area from the regular trading hour close yesterday to the regular trading hour open today. You kind of ignore all the middle stuff here when you're thinking about this particular gap report. And we have, again, a 6-month look back. The gap, it's a gap down. The target is 18,959 3/4 to fill that gap. And we have a situation on the look back where 31% of the time we did not fill, and 69% of the time we did fill. So again, we're waiting for Chair Powell, but that's in the back of my mind. This will probably come more and more play as we get closer to 2 o'clock. So that's the story of the Nasdaq right now. Again, that VWAP is still kind of just floating around in the middle there, not really helping, right? It's helping in the fact that we know, it's kind of we're trading through it several candles in a row, with the exception of this guy right here. But again, we're not it's not telling me if buyers are in control or sellers are in control right at this very moment, even though it looks like buyers are in control a little bit. I would probably even draw a really tighter rectangle on the top here, some kind of tighter area of resistance, and that's approximately 18,735. So as we're toggling back and forth, this seems to be where the bodies of the candles stop. This is the end of the road for the bodies of the candles. So we'll see if we can get penetration up beyond that. Then S1 is next. Previous session's low is next. So there are areas of interest on the upside as well. Even in a small range day, you do get these areas of interest. And by the way, for those of you who have not noticed or I don't know. I haven't asked this. I have the kind of it looks like a cloud, like a light gray cloud. That's just kind of marking off the first and second standard deviation up or down of the VWAP. That's all that is. That's all that is. So nothing special. All right, let's go back, folks, and check out the mighty Russell. We talked about this earlier this morning, and RTY. It was faring a little better earlier this morning, right? Now we're down about 0.12%. The other stock index futures, well, they're still off a little bit more, except for the YM. Ignore that for a second. Even the S&P is down 0.56, and NASI is down 1.25. And Tracy was talking about this morning about the chip sector in particular. So it's not a surprise that the NASI is down more than the Russell. And so when those two things are a little bit out of whack, like we saw this morning and a little bit right now, then that's unsystematic price behavior. In other words, stuff that's unique to that particular index are moving it more than the systematic general market conditions. But just kind of taking a look at some of the levels here, we got a little bid going on right now. So we have the top of the initial balance. We're challenging the top of the initial balance as we talk, 1892-ish, give or take. The bottom is right down at the JAX 2 level. So that's kind of, defining the conversation right here and right now. This candle's not closed, though. We still have over 3 minutes before this candle closes. The pivot is the next step up. This is the daily pivot, 1895. I'm going to round it up. You don't have to, 1894.6. And then we have a high vol level at 1900. Again, that shouldn't be surprising. Above and beyond that, we have some more targets area of interest, 1910, which is the 0 DTE call resistance and gamma wall. R1 right above that, 1913.5. And then we have that previous session's highs up here at 1916. So we're going to keep those on the charts as we anticipate Chair Powell. We'll see if he's in market calming mode or if he just turns into be an ultra hawk. I don't know. We'll find out. RSI on this particular chart's not really helping. Just looking at the gaps again. Again, edgefull.com, spelled with one L. Tight range again. You could see it better on this chart without all those lines. And this was the gap, right? So this gap got filled. This was that gap that they track. It was a 50-50 proposition for the Russell, but we did it. Wednesdays are 58.33% green and 41.67% red. So this is more of a coin toss as well. If you're thinking about that from a 6-month look back point of view. So that's the state of the Russell. So all things was standing on the macro side for a minute. This market's should perform a little bit better today. We'll see what happens though, and it is performing better. So bear with me for a quick second. Okay, let's go to bonds. We'll do the 30-year and the 10-year. Let's do the 10-year first. And I want to look at a daily chart on the 10-year. Oopsie, that was the TN. TN's the ultra note, by the way. That's an interesting market. It moves a little bit more from an ATR point of view than the regular 10-year notes, the classic 10-year notes. This is a true 10-year duration, whereas the regular 10-year notes are something less than that. Believe it or not, but we won't go into the woods there. The 10-year though is a really good barometer for me and thinking about what's happening with the Treasury market. This Treasury futures market has more volume on a daily basis than any other Treasury market. Right now, as a matter of fact, any other futures market. I mean, even the S&P. It's done 627,000. All right, so the micro Nasdaq is winning the title today at 1.1 million, but the 10-year is at 913,000. So it's a really deep market. When you look at the order book, in the trading dome, in the NinjaTrader Superdome, you'll see bids and offers in the 2, 3, 4,000s, 10 ticks up and 10 ticks down. That's how thick of a market, how popular a market it is, how thick it is. But in any event, we're kind of back in, and this is a really nice. This is a Reuben sandwich formation right here. There's no doubt about it. I mean, this is a long-term area of resistance on the top, and this is all of the month of March. 111 spot 18, and on the downside, approximately 110 spot 12. Now we had some price dislocation above with all the excitement, and then a price dislocation below, but we only had one close. We only had one close below the bottom of the bun. So, it almost seems like we talked about this morning. We're getting back to normal almost in the Treasury market here. Fears are starting to subside. All the moving averages are about to be tangled in love right now. I'm looking for a couple things, and I tweeted this before. I'm looking at this cross at the bottom. Go all the way to the bottom in my stochastics, and you can see we have that percent K going above that percent D. Hopefully, I got my letters right. That's a crossover. Now we need a confirmation, another day of green to confirm this cross. But this could be a good long-term signal, and that's why I like using the stochastics on a daily chart. This could be a good long. And when I say signal, I mean to help me decide if my bias should be more bullish or more bearish. And so that's why I like that. And so and the other thing is that 8 EMA is about to touch that 21 EMA right now. It's another crossover in the making. So we'll see if we could drive above and beyond the top here of the area of resistance in the 10-year. But it seems to have stabilized, I guess, is going to be my comment here. 4.318 is the yield. So the yield's pretty close to that 4.2. Everybody wants to see it at 4.2. We'll see if we can get it there, but we're getting closer. Right now it's unched on the day, but it will move. It will move. Let's toggle up to the 30-year bond. Well, actually, I'm sorry, my bad. Let's go back to the 10-year and just take a look at if you're trading this, again, tight range today. The pivot, I think, is a target on the downside. This will move probably a lot during Chair Powell's announcement. So the 30-year, maybe not, but my guess is yes. And then Jack's 3 down here at 110.24. Are we going to have a two-handle move in this thing? Probably not. Not anything so exciting, but probably some movement. R1's kind of defining the conversation at the top here on the 10 years. So a lot of and also VWAP is just, we've been trading through the middle of the VWAP. And that's not surprising when you see the VWAP and the volume point of control at the same place. The math just works out that way, right? So it really does work out that way. When these two are together and the VWAP is going sideways, that's giving us, hey, there's price happiness right here at 111.025, or I should say 111.02.5. So keep that in mind on this particular market. Let's go to the 30-year. We'll go to daily chart first. On the 30-year, so long-term kind of double bottom here. The first bottom happened at the beginning of February 11th, 2025. And we tried to get there before. You can see structurally this looks different than the 10-year, which surprised me at first, actually, to be honest with you. But because we don't have that really, really tight range, right? We don't have that really, really tight range that we saw in March. It was a little bit more wonky. Yeah, I could draw some rectangles there to kind of replicate it, but this is a better view right now. So we have, again, going back down to that stochastic, we have the start of a crossover to the upside. We're still pretty low, though. We're only at 30 spot 29 here, which means there's a lot of potential, right? So we need, again, a confirmation candle. A close above the 8 EMA would be nice for me to be like, all right, I'm in a little bit, I have more of a bullish bias. Now, on the downside, the bad news is the 21 EMA is crossing underneath the 50 EMA just a little bit. So we'll see. And from a retracement, I don't know. Good question. I haven't put the retracement up there yet. Let's throw that fib up. I'm going to use the wicks. I always like the wicks. You don't have to, but I'm using the wicks. High to low. This is the trend. The most recent trend is down. We're tracing back up. We have room to go to get to that 38.1. So again, I think the key is going to be after Powell speaks, and then tomorrow, are we going to have continuation buying in the 30-year? And does that reset our strategy for biases? Whoa, clean this chart up, Jim. Hang on a second. Let's remove all of these drawings really fast. Again, tight range today. The top of the range is kind of defined by that 0 DTE gamma wall and 0 DTE call resistance level, approximately 115 even, nice even number. R1 is all the way up here. It's at 115.08. On the downside, it's really just the initial balance. I mean, we've traded a few ticks below that high vol level of 114 and 16 30 seconds. And one of the important things to consider or to know is if you do decide to trade interest rates, and I'm a super fan of trading interest rates. I know a lot of people don't do it. But if you do decide it, the 30-year bonds, this is the 30-year treasury bonds, it will move more up or down in relation to the 10-year note. So there's, one would argue, hey, there's more risk here. And then someone else made, and the flip side of that is, hey, there's more opportunity here. So just whatever it is, just be careful. But 30-year treasury bonds, my favorite, as everybody knows. We've done about 203,000 contracts so far. That's about par for the course. That's not unusually large, unusually small, but it's a pretty liquid market place as well. Where's my control panel here? I'm just going to pull up real quickly here. Bear with me a second. I'm just going to go ahead and just pull up a Superdome so we could just kind of see what it looks like here. So this is the difference between, and actually, I think I could pull two up. This is the treasury bonds. I'm going to pull up another one just to show them side by side. And then I'm going to pull up the, I'm going to change this to the treasury bonds. That's ZB. Change that. And then I'm going to change, I know my colors are bad here, folks, but I'll read the numbers to you. ZN. I'm going to trade this and I'm changing this one to the 10-year. So we got 30-year, 10-year, prices in the middle, and you can see we're in, almost 500, 1200, 1200, 700 on the bonds. But when you look at those 10-year notes, 2000, 2900, 3000, 3200. So there's a lot more institutional participation in the 10-year notes, but it's an orderly place to trade, right? It's not like the micro NASI where it bounces all over the place. So if you're new to trading treasuries, I would focus on the 10-year note to start and then graduate over to the bonds, or the ultra bonds, as we call them. Oh boy. All right. Where are we at here, folks? What time is it? We've got a few more minutes to cover a few more marketplaces. All right, let's go to the Euro FX. The Euro FX dollar is in play right now. Shoot over to the Euro FX. There is an ECB announcement tomorrow, by the way. And I think the consensus, we got to ask Tracy this for sure, but I think the consensus is that there's going to be another 25 basis point rate cut. And I believe it's tomorrow. I believe it's tomorrow at 8:15 East Coast time. This rally has been tremendous. We rallied, paused, rallied again. And a couple of areas of interest right here. We have, and this is from a weekly chart, my blue line here, where I put that there as a target. But we're sitting on it. This is support actually right now. Three days worth of support. One spot 1318. We have a 10% appreciation, right? A 10% appreciation in the euro versus the US dollar. So if you're in Italy, as an example, you're going to spend 10% more on everything you buy. No end in sight here, though. So I thought we were going to have some kind of possible turnaround. Oh, by the way, look at this. Look at the bottom of the screen. This stochastic crossed over a long time ago. It turned out to be a great signal. Let's kind of pull this down here. So I have an extension. I have a fib extension. Again, when there's not a lot of stuff you could do to forecast or find areas of interest when there's nothing but blue skies above a chart, or nothing but the deep dark sea below on a chart. So the fib extensions sometimes work pretty good. I'm not the only one who who uses those. I started using them again really when Polly, who's one of our guests, one of our community members, pointed it out. Anyway, so just thinking about numbers here, we got 100%, 1.142. We have 123.6% at one spot 157. And so these are targets on the upside. This is the best I got for targets. But right now, if you kind of look at this daily candle, we'll see where we close today. And again, this Powell's going to move this market as well, most likely. We do have an equal and opposite candle, more or less, right? It's the size of these two, of yesterday's red candle and today's green candle, is about the same. And it's in a green trend up, which is telling me, hey, this is a bullish look, right? Sellers tried to bring us back down. Buyers rejected that concept outright, and it's pushed us right back up again as well. So those are the kind of the competing factors on the Euro FX. It's a great currency pair to trade, folks. I kid you not. Intraday, we have, I don't know how important the initial balance is on intraday, to be honest with you. I would almost kind of take that and then look at what happened during the London initial balance, which are my purple lines right there. And so they're pretty similar, right? At least the bottom is pretty similar. The top is a little bit more extended here. I think in London, I think the Brits got a little bit more excited than we did here in the U.S., but things have kind of settled out. This volume distribution is called capital P shaped distribution. P is in Paul, and it's decent. It's not bad. We have a nice point of control here, so it's biased to the top, and that's where this market is pricing itself right now. So we do have R1 that's kind of, let me open this up so you guys can see it a little bit better. Let me just throw another rectangle in there, everybody. By the way, folks, I do want to let everybody know that starting next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, I believe, Stowe, Order Flow Labs guy, Stowe, is going to be trading a live account with us starting Monday the 18th. So we're looking forward to that. And it's going to be at 11 o'clock. Yeah, so area support, I know, yeah, we closed below it once, but that's about it. I probably adjusted a little bit lower than that. So that's pretty good. Now, this is a case where VWAP actually kind of, is this my VWAP line? Hang on a second. Let me make sure. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it does. Look at that. So VWAP is, we've had price separation above the volume weighted average price for the session all day. We had wick through it, but buyers brought us back up above that VWAP. Little wick through it, buyers came in, wick through it, buyers came in, buyers came in, buyers came in. Only one candle we've closed below it, and then we're back above it again. So it's kind of acting as kind of like a path, if you will, of support. Right, it's not a rectangle. It's a moving thing. It is starting to flatten out, though. Again, as the day goes on. And remember, when is the European close? I think the European close has already happened. So there's two sides to this equation, right? There's two sides to the equation. So that's the story of the Euro FX. We're going to talk more about the Japanese yen with Tracy in a second. British pound sterling is a little bit stronger. Swissy franc is a little bit it looks like the daily chart on the it looks like this daily chart. Let's just pop that up really quickly here, because this is usually not the case. Even though the SNB, Swiss National Bank, lowered its benchmark interest rate to 0.25%, a lot lower than we have here, on March 20th. I don't think their next meeting is till June. Yeah, June 19th. So this is just another phenomenal, it's appreciated 11.55%. So if you're going to go to Switzerland, I don't know, Zurich, Geneva, Interlaken, whatever you do, and you're going to buy some Swiss chocolate, it's going to cost you 11.55% more to do that. I've done that before, by the way. It's a great country, beautiful place to visit. Just don't visit in the winter because it can get a little cold out there. So the point of this whole thing is the U.S. dollar is weak against everything. Even Bitcoin is rocking and rolling here. Bitcoin is doing pretty well. Let's just take a peek at our daily Bitcoin chart, and then we're going to pull Tracy in here. Let's see if anything will move. My charts will move. There we go. Again, big range, high to low, but we're kind of inching up. We're sneaking up on everybody. We're above that 80 EMA. We're above that 21 EMA. We're tracking north of 85,000. So we'll see if we can get a continued drive up here. But again, we're pretty range bound here, and I don't even know if this is a risk on, risk off market at this point. All right. Having said all that, folks, let's get Tracy, Shy Girl, into the screen. There she is. Good morning, Tracy.
Jim, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. I am just eagerly anticipating that. Is it 110 where Chair Powell is going to do his outlook?
Do his thing? Yes, his economic outlook. We shall see. I mean, I think he'll probably stay a little bit hawkish, but we'll see. I'm very curious to see whether he kind of leans the way towards Waller did last week, where Waller, had been pretty adamant about no cuts because the labor market was resilient and because inflation was a bit sticky, but then mentioned last week in his speech that possibly, if tariffs were too large, the Fed may have to consider cutting. So will be interesting to see what Powell does indeed say this week, and if he mentions anything similar is what I'll kind of be looking for.
Very awesome.
With that said, let's go to crude oil, because crude oil was at the bottom of your flag there, or triangle, however you want to call it. It was looking like it was kind of a make or break, and it looks like we're trying to break up to the upside today. Inventories came in. It was a great inventory report. We had a very small build and draws across the board in distillates, gasoline, and in Cushing. So pretty strong report. Market seemed to like it. I think somebody got that information early, but because the market moved ahead of time. But it's mere speculation on my part anyway. So what are we gonna? Is it looking like we could finally get some upside to this oil here?
Yeah. And by the way, is it a thing? I mean, is it? I'm surprised. I know this is going to be a sidetrack for us for a second. I apologize, Tracy, but I'm surprised these reports aren't leaked out more often, and not just the EIA ones, but all of them. And it just seems like they generally keep a good grip on it, but every once in a while something happens.
Yes, it definitely seems like that. We've had leaks on like the BLS reports before too, the non-farm, more than once. So occasionally they do get leaked.
Yeah. So in any event, crude oil right now in a daily crude oil chart. I mean, this is, I have kind of I have kind of a crudely formed triangle right there. Sorry about the pun. But we're right above that 80 EMA right now. We're just resting right there. So, I don't really have a bias one way or the other from a technical point of view. And so what I did was I just added some lines around that 50% outside fib. 63.7 is I'm looking at that as a target, and on the downside 59.17. But every time we break down into that sub 60 handle, everyone's hair starts on fire and buyers come back in and bring us back up. Just kind of looking at some gamma levels really quickly here. Look at that one-day max. This is Menthol Q's one-day max. We tagged it perfectly on the upside. On the downside, call resistance again from Menthol Q. That tagged it on the bottom side perfectly. Nice kind of move up right now. We'll see if we can get a retracement back down, but we have a volume deficit below 61.82. So price happiness is between 61.82 today and I'll call it 62.74.
So maybe something for the bulls. Let's go to gold, because gold was absolutely ripping overnight as indices kind of took a dive on NVIDIA, China, tariffs, you name it. So where are we in gold? There we are, still up $100. That's just amazing. Are we out of? I mean, are we? I mean, I understand. I mean, this is very bullish. I would never want to get in front of this market. It's given very shallow pullbacks. In fact, that was kind of the largest pullback we had from that, that high that I think it was 31.77, and then 3 big days down, and that was pretty much the biggest pullback we've had in months and months and months. So, with that being said, it's kind of really hard to get in. I wouldn't definitely not want to be looking to short this market. I would be looking to buy on pullbacks. You see China trading. I guess Financial Times just came out with a graph showing that Chinese gold trading has exploded just this year. This isn't central bank buying. This is, just their regular retail buying. So that's exploded just this year. Kind of coincides with how we're seeing that in the U.S. ETFs, right? With sudden buying just this year, which seems late to the game after that, breakout at around 2000 that had been holding it down for very long time. So where are we getting the next pullback here, Jim?
I literally had to go to a weekly chart. I mean, we had this, and this has really been a phenomenon all calendar year, right? Where my crosshairs is right now, this is the week of January 3rd. And I just had that loosely fitting trend channel on the way up. And this has been relentless. Again, weekly chart, but you only have seen 2 red weeks all year long, and we burst out of it. Like yesterday, we burst out of the trend channel. Today, it's just continuation. So this is unique, a very unique pattern here, because it's lasted for so long and it's so strong that it's rare that we see that. As a matter of fact, low to high on my trend channel, we're at 26.55% appreciation in this market. Adam Schiff is probably high-fiving himself right now, just because he's been beaten on this.
He was. I know. I was actually listening to him last night on a Spaces. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, even on an intraday chart, all of the pivots and all of the gamma levels and all of the vol levels are south of where we're trading. That the anchored VWAP is in the rear view mirror here. This market's off to the races.
I mean, well, you have to remember from like 2019 to 2000, call it late 2024 is when it finally broke out, but it was a sideways market, although in a big range for a good 5 years there. So this feels like that was a lot of momentum building, and when it broke out, it really broke out. But
so
let's move on to.
But real quickly, one more question on gold. So the U.S. dollar is a factor here, right? So the U.S. dollar has been down quite a bit lately. If that does turn around, would you expect some kind of symmetrical move in gold?
Well, no, absolutely not. It's not a one-to-one correlation. Gold is generally correlated more to rates than it is the U.S. dollar. We had seen the dollar up and gold still up at the same time. And I think if the dollar moves higher, that's not going to be necessarily an impedance for gold. Absolutely, a lower dollar helps commodities in general. But I wouldn't look at it as a dollar gold trade, even though that correlation has existed before. It's just not. It's not like 100% correlation.
Got it.
Let's move on. Yeah, let's move on to silver. And we still, this market, this 30-minute actually looks like it's bull flagging a little bit. I just happened to notice that. But we are, it's another market that's chugging along higher. So it's still lagging gold, obviously, But again, this market, I'm still very bullish. This market longer term, and I'm looking at it more of, over the next couple of years. Silver tends to lag gold, but when it finally breaks out, it does with more veracity than even gold does. So it's a market to keep your eye on. The fundamentals are behind it. And, the price action, even though we got that dip down to, that 27 handle, we're back up into, 30, let's call it 33 right now. This market still looks really good, especially if, we're all expecting this economic downturn and we're going to have a global recession because of these tariffs. Certainly, silver seems to be ignoring that fact right now.
Yeah, I mean, I love these stochastic crossovers on a daily chart. I'm not crazy about them on an intraday, but on a daily chart, I love them. We had that cross happen on the the 10th, and then the continuation buying candle was the signal. And then the trend channel, I had to paint the trend channel on the chart. So right now it's looking extraordinarily bullish. If we close where we're at right now, it's going to be above that 61.8% outside fib, which is important. It's going to be above the 50, 21 and 8 EMA. So everything on this daily chart is signaling rally, rally.
I like it. And then let's do, for the last one, let's do gasoline, because, we had a huge draw. We had a kind of a crazy move earlier when when everything kind of fell out of bed, right? So
Yeah.
that was a very big move for gasoline, but it looks like, it kind of looks like the crude chart a little bit, but to me, this looks, a little bit more bullish. And we also need to consider that seasonally, we're heading into summer driving season, which is higher demand for gas. And generally, overall, summer grade gasoline is by nature more expensive just because of how it's processed.
Totally makes sense. I am driving to mom and dad Keggs' house and my gas guzzler. I don't have the electric one yet, Tracy, and I know you have a gas guzzler, but I'm going to be a road warrior a little bit this weekend.
Well, all right. Well, thank you for your contribution to the petrol market.
All right, so this is again the symbol here, folks. If you're not used to these are good commodity markets to trade. RBOB is the name of the contract. It's RB is the symbol here, and this isn't a perfect kind of ascending triangle, only because the bodies of the candle aren't as obvious. But I kind of is a loosely fitting one, right? A loosely fitting one right now. And it's not lost on me that the top of the triangle is kind of at a crossroads, right? 38.1% fib retracement is right in target. That ADMA is right there as well. So there's a couple of areas of interest all combined right there. Again, is this support? Is this resistance? Which way are we going? The stochastics on the bottom, we have a crossover, but we're not really getting a lot of separation yet between the K and the D. We're trying to, right? So I'm going to keep an eye on that. And I think if we get a close above here, above that 38.1%, get closer to that 21 EMA, that separation will grow bigger. And then I might be more enthusiastic about getting long right now. But other than that, from high to low, this is just the classic, forget about, supply and demand for a second. This is just a classic 38.10% retracement so far. We'll see if we can keep moving.
I feel like it's been knocking at that ceiling quite a lot, right? So let's see if we can break through there.
See if we could break on through. Let me just see real quickly if there's any important numbers here on a daily. Mike's, I mean, this settles early, right? So my guess is we're not going to get a lot of price movement between now in settlement.
2:30, yeah.
Yeah. So, Pivot's kind of framing the conversation on the downside right now. Point of control is pretty robust here. If you just kind of do a real quick glance, many, many 30-minute candles have traded through that 2.0413 level as well. So don't expect a lot of movement in the rest of the day, but would encourage everybody to take a peek at this market in the future.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And with that, we've got Powell at 110, and then we are back at 2:30 live. And I'll be in the
Yep,
chat.
that's right. Order Flow Labs, guys. Uh-oh, why am I frozen? Order Flow Labs, guys, are going to be trading live again. It's always spectacular, 2:30 to 4 o'clock. So we're going to take a break, get some lunch. Tracy, thank you for being here with me, and we'll see everybody in a moment.